right. It looks like we have all of our directors. Clerk Moss, are we recording?
Chuck, Michael, are we ready to go on the second YouTube stream?
YouTube's good.
Hello, Earth to Central. Is IT there?
1 second, Madam Chair. And we are good to go.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. Well, welcome everyone to the Tuesday, June 15th meeting of the Washington County Housing Authority Board of Directors. This is Chair Catherine Harrington. Clerk Moss, could you please take the roll, please?
Yes, I can, Madam Director. Director Savara. See you there.
Present here. Mute.
Director Roper.
You see Ms.
Here.
Roper?
Yes, I'm here.
Director Willie.
Here.
Director Rogers.
Here.
Director Fye.
Here.
Director Treese.
Here.
Director Harrington.
Here. Thank you, Clerk Moss. So we have quite a full agenda today, but a wonderful one at that. And for the benefit of Ms. Roper, Director Roper, excuse me, and Director Savaro, I just want to mention something that both Commissioner Rogers and I mentioned during our Board of Commissioners communication at our work session this morning. Last Wednesday, he and I had the opportunity to join our Housing Services Director, Mr. Kalavar, his awesome team, as well as the City of Tigard, City Council, and the construction crew for the Viewfinder project in Tigard. It is an amazing building. It will offer 81 new homes for families and individuals with great 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. We'll make sure to get that brochure sent to all of us, the directors of the Housing Authority Board of Washington County. The building is still under construction. They will be starting the lease up, if not already, in July sometime. They're expecting to be able to have move in October. It's going to be an Energy Trust Star building. It's beautiful. It's a very nice place to live. So just wanted to ensure that I put a mention in that. I know I'm grateful for the terrific work that our housing department is doing on all of the affordable housing and services here for the Washington County community, but particularly with the portfolio of affordable housing bond construction projects that we have underway. Okay. Enough of that. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up to address the Board of Directors this morning?
We do not, Madam Director.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda for the Housing Authority Board of Directors is the consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. The approval of the minutes from April 6th. Another item to authorize the executive director for required project documents for the Terrence Glenn apartments, and another item with regard to property liability, earthquake, flood, and vehicle insurance premium payments for this next fiscal year. What are the wishes of the board for these 3 consent agenda topics?
I'll move to forward.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, directors. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, directors. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 7-0.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to address hand raise in the attendees list from Cheyenne. Cheyenne, you had signed up for 5 minutes at the end of the regular board meeting for your comments, so we will take your comments at that meeting. All right. Back to you, Madam Chair.
So you're letting Cheyenne know that she signed up to testify at the Washington County Board of Commissioners, whereas
Correct.
this is the Washington County
Housing
Housing
Authority.
Authority Board of Directors. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Cheyenne, for signing up to participate. We have not forgotten you. We'll get back to you. Okay, next before the Housing Authority are 3 different action items. The first one is to approve a resolution and order in the matter of authorizing the executive director to execute all required documents and instrument for the development of the Valfrey at Avenida 26. Do we have a brief staff report?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Calavar. Take it away.
Good morning, Housing Authority Board of Directors. For the record, my name is Komi Calavar, Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Washington County. This morning, we have 2 items for your consideration for the Valfrey at Avenida 26. This is a 36-unit development. We are working on getting to closing next month in Forest Grove. It will be a nice addition to affordable housing, also funded by the Metro Bond. We have been in front of you on this particular deal a few times already. So in the interest of time, I would have Shannon give you a few details so we can get it moving. We're excited for this development as well. And Shannon, Housing Development Manager, will walk you through a very brief PowerPoint.
Great. Well, good morning, Board of Directors, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this morning. And just wanted to give a brief update, as Komi said, on the Valfrey at Avenida 26 project. Next slide, please. So the project, just to kind of reorient you, is located in Forest Grove. So the map there gives a context within the whole county, but the project is well located, just 2 blocks from Harvey Clark Elementary School, across the street from Lincoln Park, and also across the street from Hanson Stadium, which is part of the Pacific University campus. It's also nearby downtown Forest Grove with connections to both Grove Link and TriMet bus lines. Next slide, please. So this project is it's a turnkey project. So it's a partnership between the Housing Authority and DCM Communities LLC. And DCM Communities, they're a relatively new group providing affordable housing, but they are comprised of 3 very experienced affordable housing professionals. So 1 architect, 1 contractor, and 1 housing developer. And so they've worked on numerous deals in those capacities throughout the state and the Pacific Northwest. So this project is 36 units of housing. You can see there the unit mix on the slide. And so 83% of the units are family-sized units with 2 and 3 bedrooms. And as you look at the site plan on the slide, I just wanted to highlight the community engagement that has gone into this project. So Vienna Star has been a partner in this and has facilitated 3 different focus groups with individuals from the Latinx community. And a lot of those groups that feedback has really informed the project design. And so the design has shifted over time. And so the design you see before you really incorporates that feedback. And some of those key areas are around the building configuration. So community members said they wanted to have those family-sized units be oriented around the playground space and around the community building, so that they could watch their kids, as they play outside, and the kids could have easy access to the playground without having to cross the parking lot. And so the team took that into account and restructured the design to take in account for that feedback. And then you can see on the southern portion of the site, the 1-bedroom units are kind of separated from the family-sized units as a way to kind of give some, just to give that distance between kind of those two unit types. So next slide, please. This slide features some other features of the project. So there are 8 permanent supportive housing units. Those are 4 one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units. And there is a service partnership established with Bienestar and Sequoia Mental Health to provide those services. And then, as I mentioned, there's a variety of outdoor space as well as a community building. So that 1-story building that you see kind of in the center of the site, that is the office space for the property manager and also a services office, as well as a laundry room. And then there is also a community room there that will be available for residents to use. And then I also wanted to highlight that we had 2 neighborhood meetings the team did for this meeting, and those were not for this project. And those meetings were not a requirement of the land use process, but just something that the team wanted to do as a way to inform the neighborhood. And a lot of the feedback we received was very positive. I mean, we got typical questions around parking and, kind of those constraints on the roads that happen when you add new households to an area. But a lot of the feedback was very, very supportive. The site has sat vacant for quite a while, or mostly vacant. It was previously a concrete plant, and so a lot of it has been fenced off and kind of an eyesore in the community. And so a lot of the neighbors were supportive and happy to see the site developed. Next slide, please. So this slide gets at the timeline, and as Comey mentioned, we've brought this project before you previously, and so this timeline just really focuses on the past couple months and then where we're headed with the project. So in April of this year, the project received land use approval. It also received approval for private activity bonds from the state, and then approval for the Housing Production Opportunity Funds from the Board of Commissioners. And then last month in May, the project received final approval both from the Board of Commissioners and Metro for the Metro Affordable Housing Bond funds for this project. And then June 15th, this morning, we are here before you for 2 items for the project for Housing Authority Board of Directors approval. And then next week, we'll be before the Board of Commissioners for a public hearing and approval related to the private activity bond issuance. Then the end of June, the project is expected to be permit ready, and the team is targeting a July 14 closing and construction start date. And then you can see after that construction start, we would anticipate completion in August or September of 2022. Next slide, please. And so I did want to take a moment and clarify the different roles that both the Housing Authority and the county are playing in this project, because there are a few different roles, and the 2 items we have before your board today are for each of those 2 roles that the Housing Authority plays in this project. So the first resolution order before you relates to the Housing Authority's role as a long-term owner and operator of the project. And so that resolution order authorizes Comey as executive director to engage in those, just execute those documents and engage in the project in that way. And then the second role that the Housing Authority is playing in this project is as an issuer of private activity bonds. And so those private activity bonds, they are allocated by the state. And as I mentioned, we went in April to the state private activity bond committee and got approval for this project. And in this case, those funds are used to fund the construction loan for the project. And private activity bonds, they're required to be used with 4% low-income housing tax credits, which is another important funding source for this project. And if you'll remember on previous projects where the Housing Authority has been a part of, like Willow Creek Crossing or the Fields, the Housing Authority didn't play this role of bond issuer, even though it did use those same tax credits. And that was because of another funding source the project had from the state that required that the state issue those bonds directly. But in this case, the Housing Authority can be the bond issuer. And the benefit of that is that the fees then to issue those bonds are less to the project. And so, so that is why the Housing Authority is playing that additional role in this project. And so that second resolution order for your consideration today is approval to issue those bonds. And then on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see the roles that Washington County is playing in the project. So roles, as 2 different roles as funder, so both with the Metro Affordable Housing Bond Funds and as funder with the Housing Production Opportunity Funds. And then the third role the county plays is the county approves the issuance of those private activity bonds. So the Housing Authority issues them, but the County Board of Commissioners, as the jurisdiction that the Housing Authority is in, has to approve issuance of those bonds. And so that a public hearing is required as a part of that process. So just wanted to clarify those roles and the two items before your board this morning. And with that, we are happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
I have if I may, two quick comments. This particular development, we named it after Val Valfrey. He was a former director here in Washington County for over a decade, 24 years in the Air Force, and a former city council, Forest Grove city councilor. So that's how you have the Valfrey at Avenida 26. It's on 26th Avenue, but the community engagement process said call it Avenida 26. So that's what we are doing. And so real quickly about the bonding, we did get an allocation from the state treasury, but we also need the TEFRA, the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility hearing by your board before we can actually issue it. And we are working with an external bond lawyers, Hawkins Delafield. So they are guiding us through this.
Directors, do you have any questions with regard to this project and our dual roles and therefore two of the action items that are before us today? Commissioner Rogers, go ahead.
This is for you, Comey. I have no problem with the project. It's a nice project, and congratulations to Val for his work not only at the county, but as you mentioned in other venues. With limited land supplies that we find, and with limited availability of resources, is the trend going to be for small projects or big projects? I know here in Tigard you're doing big projects, and this one's a small number of units. You could have tripled it and I would have been happy. I mean, it's a good location. It needs to be a good project, but why such a small number of units when they're desperately needed in that part of the county? And is that going to be a trend? Are we going to see a lot of little projects? Or are we going to see continued big projects in some area and little in others? So tell me what's happening as far as your thinking through this process.
We'll be seeing a mix. I think there's zoning, density requirements, all of those we have to work with. And with Tigard, the density in the triangle is higher than this location we're talking about. I think the Terrace Glen is in Tigard, and I believe that is 144 units, Shannon.
Yeah.
So, and that's very close to the triangle, so the density allowed is much more. But we are whatever the opportunity comes, we are ready to get affordable housing built. But yeah, we wish the density was higher across the county, but we work with we play the cards we are dealt. Is that a good one?
Yeah, Comey, I just want to follow up because you know me. I'm always one more question, and I wanted to tee that up because I think that there's a role potentially for the county in talking with jurisdictions about increasing densities. That's the way these programs should work and what we should be doing. And so if we're running into areas, for instance, if you mentioned the triangle where I am at right this moment, but if you have high densities in some areas and very small in other areas, we're not getting the concentrations we need throughout the county. So I just say that out loud, not only for the public, but for our board. Maybe we should be encouraging some of our partners to reconsider their density requirements and allow for larger number of housing units. And so anyway, that was my point.
Yeah, what 36 units is at the low end of financial feasibility. So, but for the Metro bond, this would have been very tough. The Metro bond and the Housing Production Opportunity Fund account for 1/3 of the development costs. And but for those two, this small infill would have been very, very challenging. Thank you.
Any other director questions at this point? Go ahead, Director Willie.
Yes, it's not a question. It's just, Comey, this is a great project, and I especially love the name. I know Val has committed many years and hours, certainly to the city of Forest Grove as well as our county. And so I just want to say congratulations to Val, and I look forward to the ribbon cutting so we can recognize him and this project. So great job on this, Comey. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Roper.
Thank you. Commissioner Willie, I was going to say the same thing. I think that is just the most perfect name. He is such a sweet man. I had the pleasure of working beside him and learning as I began this journey. And it's perfect because he's from Forest Grove area, Cornelius, and he talks about it all the time. I love the setup with the idea of considering the families and the kids and separating the single units and having a garden there. Just these little features that to create a better socioeconomic health factors for people to have all these resources accessible to them. So great job, team, and thank you.
Thank you, Director Roper. Anyone else?
Just so appreciate everyone's thoughts on this, and I just want to call out, I love the idea of having those permanent supportive housing units built in and baked into this community. I think there's even just your selection of the service providers, having Vienna Star with such deep expertise in serving the Latinx community, and Sequoia, which with years and years of experience delivering high quality mental health services here in Washington County. It's just an awesome partnership, and I know you all have been working a lot with and just building up those service partnerships, especially with the supportive housing services measure. It's just really great to see more of those happening. It's also really exciting for me to see permanent supportive housing coming into smaller towns and smaller communities out that you normally don't see as many permanent supportive housing units there, but the crisis of homelessness, people experiencing mental illness, people needing support, that isn't just a big city thing. That's a real crisis that we have to grapple with in all of our communities. So just love to see the design and the thinking there, and building in those units where folks are able to live amongst a community of folks. It's not just housing where only one type of person lives. It's where an entire community and sort of the diversity of everyone is built up together. So love to see our equity and racial justice goals being enacted in this way, and then also really thinking through how we're serving those folks that we know need a ton of support in maintaining that housing and getting through into some level of sufficiency beyond. So just love it. I'm really excited to see more of these projects come forward.
Thank you, Director Savaro. Director Roper?
Yes, just a quick question on that note. Will we be anticipating to see more of the supportive housing services be meshed with your affordable housing from here on out? Is this going to be part of that 500 count of services within the units that are coming available that you guys are, or projects that you guys are working on per se?
I saw Mr. Kreitz shaking his head, so turn it over to you, Josh.
Thank you for that question, Director Roper. Yeah, so we're working really closely to integrate SHS into as many of our housing programs as possible. It's going to be an important part of all of our work, and where it makes sense, we want to integrate as much as possible. Thank you for that question.
Any other director questions or comments? Okay, I'll finish up. Couple of things. Thank you, Director Savaro and Director Roper, for your comments and your questions, particularly around the permanent supportive housing and supportive housing services available with this new housing development, as well as with others, no matter the jurisdiction size. I know that we have just an awesome team for working all these relationships and particulars. I appreciated, Director Roper, your mentioning the gardens here. I also have a detailed question. I'm beginning to notice more and more in our communities the presence of deciduous trees and the lack of evergreens. It doesn't matter their size or their shape. Everything from rhododendrons, which can get quite large, to columnar evergreen trees. So I'm hoping that the team will follow up with our development partners to ensure that some of the landscaping, certainly the street trees are under the domain of the jurisdictions, but I do want to make sure that as there is landscaping put in, that there are some evergreens there. Otherwise, we end up with wintertime deserts, if I can call it that. So it's just another one of those details that helps make a community just feel good into the decades ahead. Also, I want to mention to our directors, Director Roper and Savaro, I'm sorry I didn't think of this earlier. Yes, we are blessed to have an awesome team working on all of this. We do have some goings on with Metro, the financing host of the Supportive Housing Services measure. The members of the board here who also serve as county commissioners had the opportunity to hear about how on everyone's behalf I've been playing defense, so to speak, on some work going on at Metro. So if you're interested in any of that, both the combination of Clerk Moss getting that YouTube posted as quickly as possible, and you should have my contact information as well as we continue to move forward to try and give input to Metro between now and their meeting on Thursday. Okay, so that's it for questions and comments. That's it for the staff report, correct, Mr. Comey?
That is correct.
Calavar, sorry, Comey. Okay, so directors, we have our two different action items. The first is a resolution and order authorizing the executive director, Mr. Calavar, to execute all required documents and instruments for the development of the Valfrey at Avenada 26. What are the wishes of the board of directors?
I motion.
Motion from Commissioner Director Roper, seconded by Director Rogers. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, directors. Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously 7-0. Onward to the second related action item, to approve a resolution and order in the matter of authorizing the issuance of up to $7.2 million of revenue bonds for the Valfrey at Avenada 26 project. Are there any questions or comments? What are the wishes of the directors?
Motion to approve.
I second.
We have a motion from Director Savaro, a second from Director Roper. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, directors. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 7-0. Our last item is another big important one, and that's the budget for the Housing Authority of Washington County operating budget for fiscal year FY 21-22. Director Calavar.
Yes, good morning, Chair Harrington and Housing Authority Board of Directors. We have our fiscal year 2021-2022 budget in front of you today. We have a short presentation because it should be familiar to nearly all of you. Wanted to emphasize that the Housing Authority is a component unit of the county, which is why we have two budgets. We have a Department of Housing Services budget and a Housing Authority budget. Next slide, please. And Ling Juandresa has joined us. She's our Housing Services Controller. So I'll have Ling walk us through the PowerPoint.
Good morning, directors. Thank you for the opportunity to share the budget again. And I will go over really briefly about Housing Authority operating budget. Then I will introduce a little bit about the programs. And for Housing Authority, we have 3 ways to serve the communities. One category, I call categories. One category is providing housing assistance payments to the clients to assist them to rent housing units from private sectors. And the other one is Housing Authority will serve as a landlord. So we own over 800 housing units that we act as landlord, that we serve our tenants, providing low rent units. And then the third category is really we work with developers in the communities to build affordable housing units, utilizing various resources such as low income tax credit. And the one example just mentioned by Shannon is one of the idea that we have implement for our process. And the last one I want to share with everybody is the exciting announcement we just received. Housing Authority of Washington County will become moving to work agency shortly. So the next slide, please. I will have Comey, I'm sorry, not Comey, actually Josh will be sharing a little bit information for our feature.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Just really quickly, I'm Josh Kreitz, I'm the Assistant Director for the Housing Department. So this is an exciting slide, and the reason I want to cover that is, there's a vision for this Housing Authority and what we're trying to accomplish in the upcoming year. And Comey and I often say a budget is a moral document. And what this budget allows us to do is serve thousands of the most vulnerable individuals and families in Washington County, and do so in a way that's equitable to our community. So the work that was done last year in 2021 has really positioned, I think, our Housing Authority to move forward in 22 in a really exciting and innovative way. So just really quickly, Ling mentioned the moving to work. I'm not gonna go over that. I will just say it's game changing. I promise you, I've done this before. It's game changing, and you will be hearing a lot more about it in future board meetings. And our public and affordable housing and rehab, just so much work has been done in the repositioning. And just quick highlights, we were able to increase our revenues without increasing rents by $810,000 in our affordable portfolio. And that was really due to really looking at the different funding opportunities from HUD and leveraging those better. We're working towards a $25 million rehab in 4 of our properties. And we're absolutely looking at other opportunities to improve the rest of the portfolio. We're continuing to work on our public housing disposition. We'll bring more of that to you. And then in our Housing Choice Voucher program, we've been applying for and increasing the number of vouchers that we're getting from the federal government, including 86 emergency housing vouchers through ARPA funds that we just found out that we'll have. So we're excited about that. And then just some of the new investments. I often say this housing department is a unicorn. It's a lot different than any other housing authority I've worked in. Most housing departments don't have these homeless programs, housing authorities, and development in one. That's very unusual. And so we were able to invest in the Low Quality Inn, which will be Washington County's largest permanent supportive housing project. And that's exciting, and that's notable. And second, I have to be careful again, because we're a unicorn, because it's not a housing authority project, but still notable. So I'll put it out there. And that's the Project Turnkey that we all work so hard on with facilities and with support services. I think that was a great opportunity. So as we move into 2022, we're really excited about what's coming and what we're going to be able to do with this budget year and for our community. I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Ling, to walk us through the rest of the presentation.
All right. Thank you. Oops, I'm muted.
Next slide, please. Are you unmuted? Oh, this is our budget. We are expecting 56 million. That's what we projected for the 2022, and our budget is about 55 now, 54.9. Total expenditures, we are expecting 52, and potential revenue of 2.8. So once again, this is a budget that would enable us to serve our community even more than we are doing currently. So we are excited. Ling is unmuted. Next slide, please.
Next slide. Comey, I'm back now.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we're excited because this year we have a great opportunity to increase our revenue. This is what I'm saying. When we have chaotic issues, we try to utilize it and really position ourselves for the future years. So we received additional $4 million from HUD just for the the reasons for the COVID-19 impact. And then also we received some money from state to process the landlord compensation fund. And that's where the increase is coming from. Next slide, please. Okay. So here's just to give you a little breakdown of our revenues coming in. Like I say, $6 million of landlord compensation fund. For the current fiscal years, actually, we are processing now it's up to $6 million now. The projection is to process about $12 million. And next fiscal year will be about $6 million. This is dollars from the state to assist landlord who are impacted by the COVID moratorium. So the program is paying for 80% of the rent in arrear. And then another big chunk of increase is a housing assistance payment, which is a Section 8 that we issue vouchers to assist the programs. And next slide, please. And then a little bit, I want to go over a little expense. Just like I say, our majority of revenue is really from housing assistance payment. So the majority of expenditure is really for housing assistance payment. And other than that, most of expenditures stay flat. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have 3 categories of way to assist communities. I will go over some programs in the next few slides. The first one I want to emphasize is housing choice vouchers. In the past, our issue challenge has been we just never received enough funding to assist our communities. So the way housing choice vouchers funded by HUD is whatever we expense on calendar years, the next year will be based on whatever the expenditure would have and adding inflation and prorations. So in the past few years, the average inflation has been probably about 2% to 5%. And the actual inflation for the rent increase is probably 1 year was up to 28%. So basically you can see the chart that we just don't really receive enough funding. So even though we have enough authorities to assist the communities, we have now up to 3,000 vouchers. We can only serve probably about 2,600 families just because we don't receive enough dollars from housing assistance payment. 1 year, you can tell in calendar year 2016, the increase of about 10%. The reason was many housing authorities in the Northwest region recognize the issues. So the housing authority conduct a survey and challenge the rate, the inflation rate published by HUD. And that year, that particular year, housing authority of Washington County received over 10% of inflation. It doesn't happen quite often that way. And so we need to take an opportunity this year to utilize available $4 million increase and issue the vouchers for our communities. Next slide, please. And here's a little slide to show the funding versus the family we can serve. The more rental assistance we have to issue, the less family we can. The higher the cost, the less family we can serve. So in the past few years, that's been a trend that we had. Fortunately, this fiscal years, we received additional vouchers. It's over 100 now. And now we are working on emergency housing vouchers, which is about 86 vouchers, and potentially we can add to 120 if we have capacity to process all those projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I mentioned, there are 2 funding streams for Section 8. One is the housing assistance payment, which is the dollars directly assist our clients. And the other one will be housing admin fee, which will be the dollars we earn to operating, to provide administrative services, to issue vouchers. One thing I want to mention is we do not receive any admin fee until we put family in a house unit. And the time frame for issuing vouchers to the point the family can move into units, it takes probably about 2 months. So a lot of work ahead of time will not be reimbursed for. And that is a really challenge we have for many years. And a couple other small programs we have. One is family self-sufficient coordinators. This is fun to assist our clients to find a better, assist them to increase the earning potential and provide them some support, career coaching, and help them to be more sufficient and can utilize less of the housing assistance payment portion, which we can assist more families in the community. And this slide, I want to also mention that we did receive HUD CARES Act dollars, and this is a huge assistance for us just because, like I mentioned, we did not receive a lot of fundings until we really put a family in house units. The next slide, please. Okay, so here's just a little summary about how many families we can serve. So for the housing choice voucher, actually there are different type of vouchers. For the regular voucher count, we have 2,700 units. That's available allocations we have, but because of funding issues of the housing assistance payment, currently we're only able to assist 2,370 families. Then we have vouchers specifically assigned to assist veterans. And we also have a mainstream vouchers, which is brand new. I think it started about 2 years ago. This is to assist homeless populations. And currently the increase is really toward to the veterans, vouchers and mainstream vouchers. And we also start to explore possibility of assisting youth, which is we call FYI vouchers. And then earlier I mentioned the program would assist family self-sufficient programs. We currently assist about 69 clients. Next slide, please. All right, so that was a conclusion for Section 8 housing choice voucher programs. This one is about the public housing, which housing authorities is served as tenant, as landlord. So we own 244 units. Within the 244 units, actually there are about 133 housing units. They are scattered sites. Those are single family units, which create a lot of operational burden to our staff because we have to send out our maintenance crew all over the counties to maintain housing units. And also because those are single family units, so it's hard to standardize a lot of parts to maintain those housing units. So there's a plan to dispose about 60 single family homes. And the plan is to replace with multifamily dwelling, which can really increase the operation efficiency and serve the same amount of families in the community. There are three funding sources for public housing. One is operating subsidies, which is a formula calculations. Currently is being about calculated to be about $1 million. And then the second one is capital fund, which is to utilize to work on the improvement or replacement of the current portfolio. And then the third revenue source is tenant revenue. So we charge 30% of the income from our tenants. So yeah. This is way
I want to make a quick point, Lynn.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So on the tenant revenue side, that averages to less than 300 per unit. So that's the service this department is providing the community at this time when rents are so high, which is why we see so much challenges to our operating subsidy. It costs us 3-4 times more to operate those units because we have been asked why the Section 8 disposition, and because HUD is not willing to keep funding at the levels that we need to sustain the portfolio.
Exactly, and that was a trend. Actually, HUD is trying to encourage all housing authorities to convert public housing units to affordable housing units. So the private sectors can take responsibility and share the responsibility to provide affordable housing units to the community. Next slide, please. Like Komi mentioned, so here's a little picture to demonstrate the rent we collect from our tenants under the public housing units. So in the past, we were able to collect about $900,000. Now, because many of our tenants kind of lost their job due to the pandemic, we can only project to receive about $800,000 of the revenue from rent from this portfolio. Next slide, please. Okay, so next one will be kind of go over a couple programs under one categories. So we call local fund. The biggest one we have is the landlord compensation programs that I just mentioned. And then the other program will be real estate development. Here is where we provide about 1,700 units to the communities, where we work with developers to either utilize a low income tax credit or other funding sources to create affordable portfolios for the communities. And then one of the programs under this local fund is Health Career Northwest Grant. It was a 5-year grant, and we were assisting about 142 clients so far. So the agency actually extended the grant to the year number 6 to finish the programs. And here's where we assist our clients to receive trainings, educations, become either registered nurse or any careers in medical fields. And then we have a few more non-federal funded properties, and about 10 units, and they are really mainly funded by, actually they are foreclosed housing units that donated by counties. Next slide, please. The next project we have, the next slide demonstrating affordable housing properties. We have about 10 properties, 12 properties under this affordable housing portfolios. We separate to 3 because of funding reasons. One is affordable housing portfolio. We have 10 properties. And earlier we mentioned we have about $2.8 million of net income for this fiscal years. And actually the net income will be contribution toward to the affordable housing, because here's where we provide housing units to the communities, but not really having additional subsidies to support the operations. So from this slide, you can tell that the rent offered to those properties really below market rent, and actually even below the regular area median income. Next slide, please.
That's a good for the community. We are not,
sorry.
We support affordable rents to the community as long as we can sustain our operations.
Right. And so this slide will be just a little bit demonstration about the overdue on maintenance that we are facing. This is a huge challenge we have, that we're trying to figure out how to mitigate the issues we have, and also provide affordable housing units to our tenants. Next slide, please. So like Josh mentions, that we have several ways to work with, to come up with options for affordable housing portfolio. One was to negotiate with we have 2 properties. They are senior housing units. We work with Oregon Housing Community Services to negotiate project-based vouchers, which was really HUD fund, but managed by Oregon Housing Community Services. And we increased the rent by $810,000 for a year. So that's a huge help to sustain the properties. And then we also have 4 properties in the process of getting $25 million to rehabilitate the needed overdue capital needs. And we also start a process to figure out what we can work on to come up with options for the fundings. And then also we've been working with the property management company to come up with a revenue management plan that will have a small increase to the tenants each year, and also consider the impact that will have to the tenants, and try to figure out the best way we can bring this portfolio back to a level can be sustainable, not only for a short term, but for the longer term. Next slide, please. Okay, and a couple more properties is not part of, it's part of affordable housing units, but not part of affordable housing portfolio just because of funding source. So one property is called Caburn Terrace. That's funded by USDA. It's only 12 units. This is supposed to be break even, but because many constraints, we will not be able to increase the earning potentials for this one, or the revenue subsidies for this one. So we'll be working with USDA to come up with options to preserve these properties. Next slide, please. Another property we have is Aloha Park. This is 80 units properties. We actually received these properties as a donation because one of the housing authority, they went out of business. So HUD gave us this property for $1. And so far this project's been break even. However, we also work on revenue management plan to make sure we have enough reserve to be able to keep this property for a long run. And actually this is a property as part of the 4 properties in the $25 million rehabilitation project. Next slide, please. All right, this is our addition added in 2019. It's a 14 units affordable housing, and housing authority purchased this property because the owner was up to retirement age and he didn't want to deal with this one. Housing authority didn't want this one become a market rent properties, which will impact the 14 families. So housing authority purchased this property back in 2019, and it's projected to break even as well. Right, next slide, please. So this is the future for moving to work. There are about 3,300 housing authority in the nation, only 39 moving to work agency. So we are really proud that we will become, actually HUD is planning to add more moving to work agencies, and we will be one of the 10 to be added to this new cohort. Josh, would you like to talk about a little bit more about the moving to work?
Yeah, I'll just keep it really brief because we're going to be coming back to your board over the course of the upcoming months to sign something called the ACC amendment, which will make us an official MTW agency. And then again, we'll be coming back to your board and the community and our residents to talk about what are we actually going to do with this flexibility. So again, we're really excited about that, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities to come back to this board and have really extensive dialogue. Next slide, please.
All right. So we are asking your approval to approve the Housing Authority operating budget, the revenue of $54.9 million, expenditure of $52 million. And this will conclude my presentation.
Directors, do you have any questions or comments? Nothing?
If I could, Chair Harrington.
Go ahead, Director Savaro, and then Director Rogers.
Yeah, just I know we haven't gotten a lot of time to dig into it, but just really honored to be part of the team that was selected for the moving to work. I told some of my colleagues here at the state about the selection for the MTW application, and just a lot of praise and pride in having another MTW housing authority here in the state. So I'm just really excited to dig into this and understand more about what potentials are out there and what it means. So and yeah, just really like Assistant Director Price was talking about, just all of the expansive work that you all are doing, from purchasing hotels to use for non-congregate shelter to creating amazing affordable housing. It's really exciting, and the budget shows it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Rogers.
Comey, just for your background, earlier today when we did commission communications, I mentioned having met on some issues with Josh and others, and I am deeply concerned about the sustainability of the program. I understood that you might be taking a look. I want to compliment you on understanding some of your properties are underperforming. That's a tough decision to have to liquidate assets, but a necessary one. And I would certainly encourage, and at least on my part, I'd love to hear, maybe you and I can meet, what your long-term, and I don't mean a year, that's a budgetary cycle, 5, 10 years, what are you going to do to make certain that future generations have a sustainable program with the right properties? And I know that's fluid. I know that changes all the time. It's like all assets in any business, you sell them. And you really are a business using a blend of public money and private money and good business practices. And I keep making your head bigger and fatter by telling you what a great job you're doing, but I do appreciate it. I sense that you understand that we're just a blip in time. What we're talking about is a blip in time. What's more important is the sustainability of programs for our future generations. So I one, thank you for taking a hard look at what needs to be done. And two, I'd like to hear your plan because I know this is just the beginning. So we can chat about that offline. But anyway,
okay. That could be arranged.
Thank you.
Other directors? I have a clarifying question, if I might. But first, let me start with a compliment. I really appreciate the detailed work that our staff does to essentially braid all of the instruments and all of the funding together. It's very impressive work. And you are just an incredible set of people. And I particularly wish that in every forum that I'm at of elected officials that I had a little Josh Kreitz clone on my shoulder, because he really has been helping me understand, well, how blessed we are that he's joined the agency, working with Comey, Shannon, Ling, and many others, but also how Washington County is working hard and is very innovative in the work that is done. But that compliment also goes to today's presentation. All of the members here of the Housing Authority of Washington County Board of Directors also participated in a meeting on May 27th with the Housing Advisory Committee. In addition to that, we had our budget public hearings, our first public hearings on our budget. So we've had the opportunity of at least 2 prior presentations on, I think, on the budget. But I have to say, I have gotten something very valuable out of each of these presentations this year. I feel like this being the 3rd year, I've really come to absorb the different funding stream, the different challenges, and the different techniques that you're using. So thank you very much. Now to the point of clarification. When we had that meeting on May 27th, I had a learning there on what I'm about to get to. But I left that note at my home office as I'm doing this hybrid between working at 2 different office sites. On slide number 5, where you were talking about the overall Housing Authority operating budget and understanding the revenue sources. My point of clarification is this. You've done a very good job of helping us understand the various funding streams. And that the proposed budget for this upcoming fiscal year is 8% less than this past year. Many in our community are quite concerned that going before the pandemic, we had an increasing need for affordable housing. Then the global pandemic has exacerbated the need. So they hear, wait a second, you're your budget's going down at the same time where the need is so high, you must be doing something wrong. And I seem to recall, Comey, that you helped me understand that there are different revenue streams coming in, but also through the funding timing of, for example, the Metro Affordable Housing Bond. We went through funding for initial projects. This current fiscal year, we have if I call it, a bit of a lull with more coming into the future. Was I correct in understanding that?
Yes, you are.
As a
Right.
lead cause? Okay.
We disperse the money at closing and then during construction. And so the lull was because we are still working on getting to closing.
Great. Ling?
And actually, I just want to clarify, this slide indicating the funding source, it was 70% from federal government. So we are trying not to heavily rely on federal fundings. And that's the really 8% reduction is the federal funding reduction.
Oh, got it.
Yes. So, but otherwise, our revenue increased by almost $12 million.
Okay. That's where I felt like I was seeing a reduction message, but an increase at the same time. So, okay. See, I'm glad I asked, got further clarification. You've all just done a terrific job of executing this stuff, but making sure that I understand the nature of how you are delivering to the incredible community need. And I must say, for the first time, in understanding the budget, there's clearly the total housing authority budget, the housing choice vouchers program, the public housing program, the local funds, the general and landlord compensation fund, the various properties. Just stellar. Thank you. Are there any other director questions or comments? Seeing none, we have an action before us to approve the Housing Authority of Washington County operating budget for fiscal year 2021-22. What are the wishes of the Housing Authority Board of Directors? Is there a motion?
Motion.
A motion from Director Roper. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Director Savaro. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, directors. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 7-0. Next, we'll move on to the oral communications section. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up for the Housing Authority Board of Directors 5-minute opportunity?
We do not, Madam Director.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. Next, we have Board of Director announcements. Are there any announcements you'd all like to share? Okay, seeing none.
If I may, Madam Chair, we
yes.
sent a memo to the Housing Authority Board of Directors about our intention to open the Section 8 wait list. The last time we opened it was in 2015. So we are planning to do that again on July 26th. So that's for your information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calavar, for reminding us of that. I must say my inbox has been full, fast and furiously over the last couple of weeks. All great work, though.
Thank you.
So, anything else? Go ahead, Director Roper.
Comey, with that email that we received, just clarification. So will the Housing Authority's waitlist actually open up to the public to go ahead and sign up to be put on that list? Because I know there's very small windows that you have open when this list opens up.
Right. It will be open for 10 days, starting July 26th. The application will be online. We will have resources here for people who are not able to access online to call us, and the staff will help them complete the application. The trick, though, is typically there's 4 to 5 times more in applications than we have resources. So we'll do a computer-generated random selection of 2,000 people, because that's what we think we could utilize in 2 years, rather than wait for 5 to 6 years. So that's our thinking, rotate through very quickly, because the longer people wait, they move out of the area, the address is no longer good, they change phones. So That's the plan, and there'll be more details coming.
Great.
So if community members ask, you know.
Okay, that
All
was
right.
for clarification on that behalf. And then one more question. I remember seeing in an email or something somewhere with a Econo Lodge as well. So is that part of the housing authorities like homelessness support services kind of thing, like Aloha Inn, or not? I just kind of want to get clarification so I could redirect people in the right direction.
So the Aloha Inn will be owned by the Housing Authority, was purchased with Metro bond funds and
Right.
county general funds. The Econo Lodge, however, is owned by the county facilities department with project turnkey dollars. The chair directed us to work to collaborate on an application, which we did successfully. However, the Econo Lodge will be a to be a shelter, so to speak, managed with Metro Supportive Housing Services dollars.
Okay.
And
Now
so
I see a picture.
it is a county effort involving a lot of county departments, health and human services, facilities, and housing.
Right. Thank you.
That's
For
the Econo Lodge.
Yeah, thank you for
Aloha,
the clarification, because I've had
okay.
people ask me questions and asked if it was part of Housing Authority, and so I said, I'll get back to you on Tuesday.
Right.
And so thank you.
And we'll send you some more detailed information. The Aloha Quality Inn, though, will be permanent supportive housing.
Right. I've been raving about that one, but yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Comey, I think it would be helpful to me to understand the naming of each of these two properties, and because it seems kind of strange to continue to call the project Turnkey Hillsboro project that long name, or Econo Lodge, formerly known as. So I'm not asking you to do it now, but sometime in the future, whether you inform us by briefing memo to all of the board members or in a future meeting, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, but just awesome work. You guys are seizing every opportunity as quick as you can to meet the needs of our community. Thank you so much, Director Roper, for helping us all have clarity on that. And I do know that there is a community meeting coming up on the Aloha Inn project as well in the coming weeks.
Right.
And if folks are looking for information, they can check out the Washington County website at co.washington.or.us. Yeah, that's great work, team. Any other board announcements?
Chair Harrington, I have a question to Comey about the Section 8 notice that you sent us. Comey, what is the plan to get the notice out to the community?
We will be advertising in newspapers, sending, let me give you a long list. Well, I shouldn't because of time. But yeah, we will be advertising in newspapers. We'll be sending email blasts, and the people we have emails for, and also working with community organizations to help her with the outreach.
So Comey, if you could follow up on that notice email to all the board of director members here, that would be awesome.
Okay. It did go out to your inbox, but we can
Yep. Thank
we
you.
can summarize it. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. But commissioners, if you have follow-up comments, please work with your policy assistants and Mr. Calabar for those. Similarly, Director Roper and Savaro, if you have any questions, the staff is here to help us all. So that's great. Okay, so for folks, what I'd like to do is make the following proposal. We're going to, in a moment, adjourn the Housing Authority of Washington County Board of Directors meeting and take a 10-minute break before we convene as the Washington County Board of Commissioners. That's my idea. Ms. Angie.
Another option, the board's been going very strong all morning, so we could just take an hour break right now and reconvene the board meeting at 12:30. So you can have a full lunch and break. So whatever the board prefers, we're
Yeah.
ready.
The only thought I'm having on that is my concern for members of the public who may have signed up for the first oral communication session. And so would we be better off to start the Washington County Board of Commissioners meeting, work through that, if any, and then pause and reconvene? But I don't have the latest data in front of me. So between you and Clerk Moss, if you could help us understand that, that would be awesome.
Clerk Moss, is there anyone signed up for the first oral communication?
We have no one signed up for that, and I see Cheyenne's hand raised again, and I did email her that we would provide her testimony after 1 p.m. today. But I did inform her that I did send her letter to the board, so you have that as well.
Okay. All righty. So commissioners, are you okay with reconvening as the Washington County Board of Commissioners at 12:30? Commissioner Rogers, okay. So I see all five of us doing that.
And Chair Harrington, just for members of the public who may be viewing, we will put up a slide indicating this intention on our YouTube channel, as well as our agenda packet will be updated in case members of the public look at that information as well.
Terrific. Okay. Also, because we'll have a delay in time, and I'll repeat this when we convene as the Washington County Board of Commissioners. Earlier, when we were in the Washington County Commissioners work session, you saw me during our meeting, during a presentation while muted, I took a call on my cell phone. That was Governor Kate Brown calling me. So as you know, I don't take phone calls during our meetings. I don't even usually pay any attention to text messages. But when the governor calls, I feel compelled to pick up. So she was calling to ask what more we might need from the state in order to ensure that we are able to continue to push for increased vaccinations here in our community. So I requested information from Ms. Angie, and she's gotten information from our staff. And so during the lunch break, I will be calling Governor Brown to convey that information. So I didn't want to go any further without letting you know why I took that unusual step. Thank you very much. Okay, so motion to adjourn the Housing Authority Board of Directors meeting of Tuesday, June 15th. Motion from Director Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Director Roper. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye. Thank you, directors. Anyone opposed? None. It's unanimous, 7-0. Thank you very much for a great meeting. Onward, ho, we go.
Thanks all.
We'll see you at 12:30.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye,
commissioners, and we'll stay on, this link will stay open.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Test, test, test. Oh, yeah.
Hello, folks. Has anybody heard from Commissioner Rogers?
Yes, Madam Chair, he had sent me an email. He should be rejoining momentarily. So we will keep our eyes out for him.
Okay.
And we are back ready to go on the YouTube when you are.
Thank you. Phew. Do you see Commissioner Rogers in the participants list yet?
Yes, I do, and he's joining right now.
Okay. There he is. I'm only halfway through my lunch. Sorry, folks. I'm going to be eating my fruit unit on camera, which is not my standard MO. My apologies. So, welcome everyone to the June 15th, Tuesday, Washington County Board of Commissioners regular business meeting. My sincere apologies for the delay in our convening today. We had some meaty topics to get to in our work session this morning, then an extensive meeting as the Washington County Housing Authority Board of Directors. So we are now convening as the Board of Commissioners. Clerk Moss, attendance and notice, please, or in the other way around.
Thank you, Chair Harrington. The Washington County Board of Commissioners also meeting as the Board of Directors for Clean Water Services and all other county service districts is now meeting this regular session, June 15th, 2021. Commissioner Willie?
Here.
Commissioner Rogers? Did I see you there? Commissioner Fye?
Here.
Here.
Vice Chair Treese?
Here.
Chair Harrington?
Here. And once again, to our community members, my sincere apologies for the delay in our meetings today, especially those of you who are here to testify on the very important business. Your contributions of your thoughts and viewpoints is very important to us in our community serving efforts. And it was in no way our intention to make your day difficult for you. I first want to start with mentioning some packet updates. We have an additional memo from our county administrator, Ms. Angie, regarding the budget. It is a memo to the Board of Commissioners that provides additional context for our proposed budget that is before us today for action. This provides additional context information that we just frankly didn't have the time to get to when the proposed budget was certainly unveiled, as well as this information is a result of additional engagement and learnings that we have had from our community members. So I will turn the mic over to Ms. Angie in a moment to speak to that memo. But first I want to make the other packet update announcements. The consent agenda item is rather extraordinary in length today with 31 items. It is unusual. It's not uncommon for a board consent agenda at the middle of June because there are many contracts and other particulars that need to be executed. That's the word we use in procurement and contract world. Different documents for receiving grant funding and whatnot that need to happen before the close of the fiscal year, the end of June. Item numbers 26, 27, and 29 changed since the publication of the first packet. 26 and 27, the bid award memo was added. On item 29, we have an added information on the IGA with TriMet. And then under the public hearings, another very extensive list because our budget has many different component parts to it. Item 9 was revised, and this is the budget action item on appropriating funds, approving positions, and levying taxes. Attachment B was revised. So those are the packet change announcements. Without further ado, I would like to hand the mic over to Ms. Angie to speak to the board communication memo that is included in the packet. Ms. Angie.
Good afternoon, Chair Harrington, Board of Commissioners. The memo and for community members reference is actually a link towards the top of the online agenda for your reference. I have found it helpful in my past experiences when there are public hearings or community engagement events to provide additional context on the budget. Washington County's budget is a $1.4 million budget, and we spend a few hours together actually talking about the budget. And so it doesn't provide the time to dig into the context. So the purpose of this memo is to provide additional context and answers to questions that as staff, we heard from community members. Context as far as available resources, and also direction that I had given to departments in the preparation of this budget. This year was an anomaly. We were facing additional funds coming in through the CARES Act funding to be in COVID-19 response mode. At the same time, we are facing economic pressures that have put a strain on our ongoing operational budgets. And hence there was a 2% reduction asked of departments. As we looked at departmental operating budget, the county does need to ensure that we are operating in accordance to mandates and other requirements of the county. And so that is taken into consideration when we're preparing the budget. Part of the requirements also includes ensuring that we are working and operationalizing our contracts with our unions, for example. So happy to answer any questions from commissioners at this time on the budget memo or during the public hearing. And Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Angie. And once again, my apologies for being off camera as I finished eating my lunch. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Ms. Angie on the budget memo? I see none from Commissioner Rogers. Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
It isn't a question. It's a comment. Thank you, Tanya. That's a excellent recap that I thought you did, and it certainly helps to explain a very complex document. So thank you for doing that, taking the time.
Any other comments, commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Angie. I know I join Commissioner Willie in appreciating this updated context information. It is a historic budget for many reasons, the likes of which are that we have the addition of another funding program with the Metro Supportive Housing Services Program. This budget includes that. We also had the funding from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and now we're at the precipice of additional federal funds through the American Rescue Plan. And there is also utilization of FEMA dollars, plus other federal administrative dollars that have come to us it's also a historic budget from the standpoints of being the first of an anticipated 3 years of cut budgets due to the fact that revenues are outpaced by the cost of salary, healthcare costs, and retirement costs. So it is a hard budget. I know I'll mention this later, but it is hard that we have reduced headcount in land use and transportation, also in community corrections, and other departments have not been able to get their staff increases funding because of this reality, and others still have managed through the cut budgets by reducing contracted services as well as other material and services costs. So, all righty. Any other commissioner comments as I look around my Hollywood Square setup here? Thank you. Okay. Whew. So it's a big agenda today. Clerk Moss, our first oral communications section is available for members of our community to engage with us for up to 2 minutes. We also have a second oral communication period, plus we have a number of public hearings. So is there anyone who wants to address us now during oral communication who has signed up? And I do want to do something a little extraordinary, because I understand that we may have had people who signed up for the public hearing that may, due to their work and other life needs, not be available a little later in the agenda, who may need to testify now. So Clerk Moss, what have you got for us?
I'm not seeing any hands or signups, Madam Chair, but I did want to clarify for the record, relayed back to the Housing Authority with the member Cheyenne, that she was intending to testify to the Housing Authority Board, and just a misinterpretation of that. So I sent her an email apologizing to that, and I passed along her letter both to you, the commissioners, and to Comey and Josh to provide any necessary follow-up. But I just want to clarify that for the record, that sincere apologies to Cheyenne. And it looks like we have one person to speak. Mike, can you hear us?
Clerk Moss,
Yes.
before
Yes.
you move on, Chair Harrington, Board of Commissioners, I will ask Comey and Josh to follow up with Cheyenne directly on her questions.
All right, thank you. Mike, are you able to hear us?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. You have the 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Harrington and the board, for the opportunity. It's very appreciated. I'm here basically to offer my support and my enthusiasm for a budget for the Washington County Sheriff's Office, obviously inside of the Public Safety and Justice Office. Ensuring public safety and justice services are fully funded helps ensure that our neighborhoods can continue to be safe and guard against the rather unfortunate rise in crime that we've seen in nearby areas. People in the county want to invest in and live in stable communities. And while it's understandable other services could be helped, and hopefully will be helped with some of that other funding the chair articulated, cuts to public safety and justice and the sheriff's office, in my opinion, would risk safety that everyone in our county actually depends on. Another good reason to invest in this team is they have an outstanding leadership team. And this team ensures public safety and justice services are fully funded. They help ensure that neighborhoods continue to be safe. And it's a team that meets the rigors of international law enforcement accreditation, has strong performance in jail inspections, and has achieved national accreditation in both jail healthcare and forensics accreditation, sorry. So it's an outstanding leadership team. Another reason is excellence in execution. When you think about putting together a plan, it's one thing, but executing a plan and delivering the services is another thing. And I think it goes without saying that the jail and patrol team have executed safely and very well through the pandemic that we just went through, and demonstrated their abilities, their flexibility, and their attractiveness. So in conclusion, because I know time is of the essence here, I want to say that the county needs to be a stable place for new and existing businesses and citizens. And the combination of the public safety levy, which I think almost 100,000 people voted for, the ESPD levy, and your strong support in the budget process will help us deliver a team that can maintain our safety and our law enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And I'll ask the question, is there any other members of the public that are not able to hang on with us this afternoon that want to provide their public comments at this time? All right, not seeing any hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Antonelli, for joining us today. I know it's particularly challenging given our board meeting logistics of the day. Okay, so we'll continue on with our agenda. Next, we have our consent agenda, which consists of 31 total items, 2 items of minutes, 6 items under Clean Water Services, 1 item under Assessment and Taxation, 7 different items under Health and Human Services, 4 items under Support Services, 3 items under County Administrative Office Support Services, 8 items under Land Use and Transportation, for a grand total of 31. What are the wishes of the commission regarding today's consent agenda?
Move for approval.
We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Willie. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, we move on to proclamations. I would just like to note that today is Justice for Janitors Day. I particularly wanted to mention this because during this global pandemic, we know with this new coronavirus, we know as COVID-19, and all of its variants that are following Greek letters, that our great janitorial team here at Washington County, which is a contracted service, the team has just done awesome work, keeping our building clean and operational. And I know it happens with the Clean Water Services facilities. And I don't mean to say just the PSB, because Washington County operates out of multiple buildings. So just kudos to our team for keeping us operating and healthy. Next, we're going to move on to the Juneteenth 2021 proclamation. Hello there, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Tillman and Ms. Beauchamp. Welcome, everyone. Might I suggest, Ms. Beauchamp, if you want to mirror your background so the Juneteenth shows through the way I know you intended to.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I know I always wonder, did I get it right or wrong? And that's one reason why I use the physical, because I figure that way it's up there. So anyway, welcome everyone. And I will turn it over to you, Ms. Tillman, for you and the team.
Wonderful. Thank you and good afternoon again, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Latricia Tillman and I serve as Washington County's Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer. And we're here today to celebrate Juneteenth, which marks our country's second Independence Day. Although it has long been celebrated in the African American community, this monumental event remains largely unknown to most Americans. The historical legacy of Juneteenth shows the value of never giving up hope in uncertain times. A deeply held tradition in the African American community is honoring our elders and beginning gatherings with song. In particular, Lift Every Voice and Sing, written by James Weldon Johnson. And that's often referred to as the Black National Anthem. Before we get started with our celebration of Juneteenth today, I would like to thank Janine Smith for recording a libation ceremony in honor of our elders and ancestors, which was posted on Horizons on June 10th. And we will also play a recording of the Black National Anthem sung by the inimitable Miss Saida Wright, a local performing artist who has sung with icons like Prince, Layla Hathaway, and gospel powerhouse CeCe Winans, as well as being a staple of our own local annual Waterfront Blues Festival. So Kevin, if we could begin that video, please.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered, and we have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out from a gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in thy path we pray. Oh, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, and lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee, shadowed beneath thy hand. May we forever stand true to our God and true to our native
So I want to thank Miss Saida Wright for her powerful rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing. And I am pleased to offer a few introductory remarks on our cultural heritage celebrations before I turn it over to a few members of the Juneteenth Planning Committee, Kimmy Nord, Brianna Jackson, and Stephanie Beauchamp, to read the proclamation. So as I've mentioned before, Washington County cultural heritage celebrations and resource pages are an important starting point for our collective organizational engagement and learning about equity, diversity, and inclusion. The Juneteenth celebrations we are enjoying have been planned and organized by about 10 staff who volunteer to support our learning in addition to their official work. Juneteenth, which is short for June 19th, is known by many names: Black Independence Day, Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, and many others. The holiday commemorates the effective end of slavery in the United States. Although President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, it took more than 2 years for news of emancipation to reach enslaved people in Galveston, Texas. So this celebration offers an opportunity to enter into relationship with staff and community who recognize the importance of Juneteenth, and to build trust and deepen our understanding of the diverse and growing community of Washington County. The celebration also creates an opportunity to learn about historic and present oppression of the Black and African American community and the community's resilience in the face of that oppression, so that we can reflect on whether or not our current policies and sentiments support the well-being of the Black and African American community, and so that we can dismantle racism and white supremacy. The Black community, like all other cultures, is not monolithic. It encompasses a range of diverse life experiences and opinions, and consequently, the celebrations and resource pages may not present a comprehensive picture of all the nuances or full range of opinions within any culture or subculture. However, we are so appreciative of the hard work and thoughtfulness of the Juneteenth Planning Committee in their curation of the learning opportunities they are sharing with our Washington County community. And we encourage people who may be curious about what is presented or policy implications of what is shared to reach out to us at the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement, or open a dialogue with their colleagues on the Planning Committee. I want to thank all the members of the committee who met over the past few weeks using a shared leadership model. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kimmy Nord, Brianna Jackson, and Stephanie Beauchamp to read the proclamation. And then following that, we will have remarks, I believe, by John Williams, Facilities Superintendent, Comey Calavor, Director of Housing Services, and I will close it out with some reflections and then turn it over to all of you for your comments and the adoption of the proclamation. Kimmy.
If I could just mention real briefly before you read the proclamation that for members of our community who wish to read along, it's on PDF page 757 in our very large packet of today.
The proclamation. Board of Commissioners for Washington County, a proclamation in honor of Juneteenth, 2021. Whereas Juneteenth is often referred to as our country's second Independence Day and has long been celebrated among the African American community, its historical significance has largely been omitted from educational curricula, making it relatively unknown to the wider population. And whereas, despite the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln and passage of the 13th Amendment by the U.S. Congress, more than 250,000 enslaved Africans and their descendants remained in bondage in the state of Texas until the arrival of Union troops at Galveston on the 19th day of June, 1865. Whereas, when the news of their emancipation spread, following the reading of General Order Number 3 by Major General Gordon Granger, the formerly enslaved people of Texas reacted with joyous celebrations, launching what would become an annual event known as Juneteenth. And
whereas early celebrations of Juneteenth consisted of family and community gatherings filled not only with special food and festivities, but also prayer, reflection, and respect for ancestors who suffered under slavery. And whereas the observance of Juneteenth evolved over time, leading up to January 1st, 1980, when Texas became the first state in the nation to formally establish Juneteenth as an official holiday, thanks to the tireless efforts of the late former state representative Al Edwards, who served for more than 30 years in the Texas state legislature. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations continue to grow within communities and organizations throughout the country, helping to promote knowledge and appreciation of African American history, resilience, family, community, and culture. And
whereas we honor the legacy of those who first received the news on that unforgettable day in Galveston, and understand that the joy reflected in the celebration of Juneteenth provides a salve and a buffer against the generational trauma of slavery and widespread systemic racism that limits Black prosperity and health to this day. And whereas we pledge to continue our efforts to lift up the importance and history of Juneteenth and work tirelessly to root out institutional racism wherever it exists and advance equity and inclusion for all members of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washington County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim Saturday, June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth in Washington County, and encourage all community members to observe this day with activities and reflection that celebrate freedom and justice for all people.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Comey to share just for a few minutes any reflections that he has on Juneteenth and how that resonates with him.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Comey Calavor. I'm with the Housing Department. I am pleased to join you this afternoon. Juneteenth is relevant because it took 2 whole years for enslaved Africans, which they were Africans at the time, to know that they were actually free. This is after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. So this was happening in Galveston, Texas, but it is relevant for all of us today. Emancipation and freedom is something that's priceless. We all strive for it in our own lives. And clearly, it's something we need to keep in mind as we build a more inclusive and a society that's more free and more inclusive. So what do I have to say? I say, let's recommit ourselves to the work ahead. It is important that we include financial freedom, or as I call it, financial Juneteenth in our work going forward. That would be, we heard about C2, P2 today. We have a minority, women, and emerging small business efforts that we try to do in all our work. So that will be financial Juneteenth. And this is critical so the descendants of enslaved Africans can also be full participants in everything that America offers. I clearly have been able to, as an immigrant and as an African, I have benefited or at least been able to participate, but we have more work to do to bring all of our people along. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Comey. And I'm not seeing John Williams, so I'll go ahead and go. And if he joins, we'll allow him to speak on his reflections of Juneteenth.
Latricia, before you move on, we believe he may be listed under Washington County Parks. So Clerk Moss, let's try Washington County Parks and see who shows up.
Washington County Parks, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, this is not John Williams.
Right. Well,
Clerk Moss, it was worth a try.
It was worth a shot.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for making that effort to bring him in. So I'll just proceed because I know you all are in for a long meeting today. So I first learned about Juneteenth in my early 20s, and I was living in Tucson, Arizona at the time. And there it was a huge community celebration that included gospel choirs, civic leaders, politicians, fraternities, sororities, step shows, music, dance, and it was just a huge celebration of faith, family, and community. And having grown up in Portland in a predominantly white community, my primary learning about Black culture was through TV, radio, MTV, and the section of US history focused on slavery. And my knowledge of history was superficial at best, and highly and systematically erroneous at worst. Participating in Juneteenth and other Black cultural celebrations that were part of the fabric of Tucson's Black community shifted my understanding of my history from a focus on deficits and stereotypes to a vibrant story of perseverance and resilience. It was really a life-changing experience for me. Those of us who are the descendants of enslaved Africans are the survivors of our country's most heinous institution. The joy that we feel in gathering and celebrating our culture is at its core a celebration of our ancestors' wildest dreams. And we are proud to share this celebration of life and hope with you. As we close, I also want to elevate that the Juneteenth Planning Committee made a recommendation that the county make Juneteenth a paid holiday for all staff. Past board discussion noted the importance of aligning with the state, and earlier this month, the House and Senate both unanimously passed legislation making Juneteenth a state holiday, which we fully anticipate for Governor Kate Brown to sign. And both Multnomah and Clackamas counties have also adopted Juneteenth as a paid holiday, which has been added to their collective bargaining agreement. So we are flagging this as an upcoming item for the board to consider that policy change. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and the board.
Well, before I turn to my colleagues for comments, I want to thank you, Ms. Tillman, to you, Comey, for your personal reflections, to John Williams for preparing his today. He can email them or make a video recording and share that with us if he would like to. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience that our board timing has caused you in your day today. For you, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Nord, and Ms. Beauchamp, as well as Ms. Tillman. I appreciate your flexibility and representing your colleagues on the Washington County Juneteenth Committee. So I'll leave it there for a moment and see what comments or questions my four colleagues on the commission might have for you. And I have two commissioners on each end of my monitor, so feel free to just speak up, or we'll move forward to a motion. Commissioner Willie.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to say thank you to the group. Proclamations like this, and we have had several over the past couple of years, are really educational. And at least from my standpoint, it causes me to pause and go do some homework, do some research. Latricia, you've been excellent on leading that charge. So thank you very much for your leadership in that. And what a beautiful song. I'd never heard that before. So thank you for the educational piece that I get from being here today for this proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Treese, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you so much for working to celebrate, even in this environment where we can't take advantage of each other, and really be close by and see the joy and the pain that this day brings forward. But I do appreciate all of the work that you've done. The song was great. Latricia, you're a great leader for us, and it is much appreciated that you work with all of our employees to provide stories, real life pictures that helps all of us understand more completely what the experience has been. And happy Juneteenth to everybody.
Any other commissioners before? Go ahead, Commissioner Fye.
I ditto what everyone said. Good job, everyone. This was a really great presentation. And Latricia, I'm really excited to see your leadership and all the proclamations that you brought forth. Everything had their own process or their own flair, and I really enjoyed, and all of them, I agree with you, Commissioner Willie, they've been educational, and every day I learn something new when we do these proclamations. And I want to say, everyone, happy Juneteenth as well. And thank you so much, Comey, for sharing that story, as well as Latricia, for you too. You know, I came to America in teenage years, and I'm embarrassed to say I learned Juneteenth as an adult myself, and I don't think I was working for another county when I learned about Juneteenth, and I'm excited to see Washington County bringing up to speed and really celebrating, and I'm excited to see the state taking that step forward to make it a national, you know, a statewide holiday, and hopefully it will be a national holiday. We have a lot of reckoning to do as a nation, and definitely as a state of Oregon, and I'm excited to see that step forward, and look forward to making Juneteenth a celebration at the county level as well, where we can all be off and wish each other happy holidays, and including Juneteenth. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you, everyone, for your leadership for bringing this proclamation. I'm excited to partner with you and really center equity for all of us.
Commissioner Rogers, would you like to contribute anything before we move? We'll move the mic on over to John Williams. Thank you for joining us, sir. We would like to turn the mic over to you. Should you have any personal reflections that you would like to share with us on Juneteenth and our proclamation of today?
Well, I have being my age and having seen the evolution of civil rights and our country and how it was very hopeful at one time, very challenging. Here we are again, it's becoming very challenging and hopeful again. I just got a picture from a friend of mine who was working in West Virginia he's an ex-senator, he's a ex-military guy, that's why I know him. I've known him for 20-something odd years. He's with the Reverend Barber right now, trying to ensure that people don't lose the ability to vote because of some of the things that are going on right now. So it was very odd to get, a picture from him and a note, because his father was with him as well, who's 78 years old, and big smiles on his face because he's out there doing what he likes to do. One of the things I think we all have to do is sort of remain vigilant in our own way, not to give in to a lot of hyperbole and a lot of unnecessary angst. We have to work towards what we believe is right. And I believe that everybody having the ability to vote is right. And I don't see how anybody can justify, rationalize, equivocate, elucidate, whatever you want to say, and say that, we need to have voter registration, we have to have voter ID laws, only because people are afraid of losing the ability to remain in power is the only reason that this is happening. And I know that's something that people don't like to talk about, political issues, but we're in a political setting. And I think everybody should be aware that we are in a very precarious state right now, and people need to really do whatever little bit they can. If that means donating or just going to a meeting or just speaking up, we have to do it to preserve the things that I spent a lot of time in the military thinking I was doing. I was glad to be part of that. And to have this happening now, I don't want people to lose sight of it because of celebrations or other things. It's something we have to really be aware of. And that's all I have to say. I'm just glad to be here. I enjoy working out here in Washington County. I wouldn't still be here if I didn't. So I do enjoy it. I have gotten to know a lot of people, and I enjoy the atmosphere and the intent and the efforts that are going into doing a lot of things towards equity. It isn't just equity. The fact that we want to do public service and provide, good service to our customers, or not customers, our public, is something that I want to be part of, and I enjoy doing that. So I hope everybody enjoys the Juneteenth celebration, but I want everybody to be aware that if we don't keep our eye on the literal prize, it will go away. So I think I read something from Huxley. I think it was from the Animal Farm. And I won't go into, but it says that we will become sort of mollified into, accepting our servitude because we're getting all the nice things. We're forgetting that democracy is something we have to work for every day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for joining us. My sincere apologies for our odd timing of our meetings today, but I'm really glad that you were able to join us in this Juneteenth proclamation effort of the day. Ms. Angie, I have a favor to ask before we move on. If a member of staff could please capture a photo for us, and everyone who is here, if you could sit up straight or however else you would like to be recognized, and have a photo captured. So
So Clerk Moss or Anna, please take a photo for us.
And Comey, you need to be in the picture.
Yeah,
So
Comey,
your
don't
phone
take a
needs to be
picture.
down.
We'll send you the picture, Comey.
Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, I think I got it. All right, so we've had a beautiful proclamation read today from multiple participants of our Juneteenth committee here at Washington County. Just let me check, are there any last comments from commissioners before I speak? Okay, so I would just like to contribute that as an elected official, I continue on my journey of being a better ally and champion for ensuring that all members of our community have opportunities. I too have really come to recognize with this proclamation of today, the role of celebrating culture, how important it is. I was struck in a meeting I was in yesterday at the Association of Oregon Counties. During a break, I heard 2 of my colleagues from elsewhere in the state have a brief exchange on Juneteenth and the strong possibility of it becoming a state holiday, but asking one another the question of, well, is your county going to be acknowledging this or doing anything? And their answers were not in the affirmative. Unfortunately, it spurs in me that I have more work to do, not only for the benefit of the residents and businesses here in Washington County, as well as the employees of Washington County and those at Clean Water Services, but also across the state. And I will follow through on that. I do also want to send heartfelt sentiment to Senator Manning for the loss of his wife, Lawanda, as I have come to know of her over these last few days since her passing on Friday, of what a wonderful woman she was, an incredible resource for our community. And this recognition of Juneteenth today really helps me express that thanks and appreciation, though I was not one of those that was touched directly. Others have, and I see the value of that. So a beautiful, beautiful celebration commemoration today. I thank you, Ms. Tillman, with the full committee who have joined us today, reading of the proclamation and advancing my knowledge and experience. So with that, commissioners, we've had a wonderful reading of this proclamation. I would love to entertain a motion to adopt today's proclamation.
Make a motion.
A motion from Commissioner Fye, a second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? Thank you. We hereby proclaim Saturday, June 19th, Juneteenth here in Washington County. Thank you very much. Appreciate it all. Okay, and now we move on to a very meaty set of 9 public hearings on our various budgets. First, we have the Clean Water Services budget. And I do want to note, before I turn it over to staff, that under the attendees list, we have at least one member of the Clean Water Services Budget Committee with us, the chair of that budget committee, Mr. Tony Weller. And my apologies if I've not cruised through the full attendee list to recognize other CWS Board of Committee members. So Without further ado, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Taniguchi Dennis, our CEO of Clean Water Services. Ms. Taniguchi Dennis, Diane.
Thank you, Chair Harrington, and good afternoon, Board of Clean Water Services. Really pleased today to be able to present the budget and introduce Kathy Leader, our Chief Financial Officer for Clean Water Services, and also Tony Weller, our Chair of our Budget Committee. And they both have some brief remarks that they would like to share with the board and with the public as it relates to our budget. We will be conducting the 2 public hearings with 1 staff report. So with that, Kathy Leader, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to have Jerry do an introduction on the legal piece of the 2 separate hearings and the single staff report, if Jerry's still available as general counsel.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I think the board is aware of this, but just to be sure, with your acquiescence, Kathy will do the single staff report, and then there will be 2 separate public hearings with an opportunity for public comment and a motion for approvals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Good afternoon, Chair Harrington and members of the board. I'm Kathy Leader, Chief Financial Officer for Clean Water Services. I'm here to present the district's fiscal year 2021-22 budget and proposed rates and charges. Next slide, please. 5 key strategic outcomes focus and drive Clean Water Services and reflect how the district prioritized planned operations and program delivery in the fiscal year 22 budget. These include catalyzing transformational partnerships. Clean Water Services goes beyond organizational boundaries to create and sustain strategic partnerships in the region to accomplish more than any one organization can alone. Integrated water resource management and resilient watersheds. In partnership with others, Clean Water Services creates resilient watersheds by optimizing and integrating the management of water resources for the benefit of the public and the environment. Organizational excellence. Clean Water Services is a highly effective and transformative organization that maximizes the capabilities, talent, and effectiveness of our employees to provide services and products that deliver on the values of the region we serve. Contributing to the region's environmental and economic vitality, Clean Water Services, sound planning, investment, and stewardship in regional assets is essential to Washington County's continued appeal as a place to invest, live, and play. And finally, innovation and resource recovery. Clean Water Services provides services and products that deliver practical and pragmatic water solutions for our region to recover resources and to optimize our operations through innovation that is shared globally. Next slide, please. The district faces challenges ahead. Increasing regulatory requirements drive the district's investment in capital and innovation. Meeting the needs of our growing region requires the district to continually balance system capacity needs and a just-in-time delivery philosophy for our capital program. Taking care of our aging infrastructure as Clean Water Services celebrates 50 years of service in the region. Changing weather patterns that impact regulatory and system infrastructure needs. Managing risk and vulnerability to exposures such as seismic events and threats of cybersecurity attacks. Economic uncertainty, such as what the district has experienced during the current pandemic, and generational change in our workforce as we experience retirements and new recruitment of next generation of leaders at the district. Next slide, please. To meet these challenges, the district's fiscal year 22 budget invests in resilience in the workforce, facilities, programs and services to deliver on regional values, gray and green infrastructure, and the natural environment. Next slide, please. The fiscal year 22 budget invests in the district's 7 programs and services. In fiscal year 22, the district is creating 2 new service-driven departments. This includes the Regional Utility Services Department, which will be led by the new Chief Utilities Relations Officer, and will focus on regional governmental relationships and agreements with large industrial customers and developers, and regional community and economic development planning and services. And second, the Enterprise Asset and Technical Services Department, which will focus on asset management, providing technical engineering services, designing and maintaining automation and control systems, and managing the maintenance and services for all the district building and facilities. Over the past year, Clean Water Services has been working to reposition and align our people, resources, and programs to better position the organization to deliver on our key strategic outcomes and respond to future challenges and opportunities. The district recently underwent a major reorganization of staff in response to the generational change in our workforce. The reorganization supports resilience and succession planning. The result is fewer silos and more collaborative across-discipline work, focus on city, community, and regional partnership, increased focus on research to help drive the innovation necessary to meet increasingly stringent regulatory requirements and climate change, and identifying and nurturing talent and leadership in our workforce. Next slide, please. The district budgeted an estimated $89.2 million in sanitary sewer system improvements and $4.4 million in surface water management system improvements in fiscal year 22. These investments are planned to increase system capacity to prepare for current and future growth, repair and replace aging infrastructure, meet regulatory requirements for water quality, promote watershed health, and optimize district services and resources and resource recovery programs. Next slide, please. The district was aware of the financial impact this pandemic could have on revenue collections, including customer delinquencies, reduced customer demand, and the deferral of planned rate increases in fiscal year 21. The district expects the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic will continue during fiscal year 22. However, we anticipate economic improvements and growth as the percentage of population vaccinated increases and the local economy opens. As financial stewards of ratepayer funds, the district proactively reduced travel and training and will continue to prioritize and sequence capital investments and hiring for current vacancies and new positions in fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. The proposed budget includes a 4.5% increase to the regional and local sanitary sewer rate and a 5.4% increase to the regional and local surface water management rate. This increase will add an estimated $2.50 per month to the typical residential customer combined bill. The proposed 4.66% increase in the combined rate in fiscal year 22 reflects the impact of deferring rate increases in fiscal year 21 due to the pandemic. Rate growth is vital to the long-term financial health of the district and its ability to invest in infrastructure, ensure long-term water supply security, and meet increasingly stringent federal and state water pollution control needs. The proposed budget also includes an increase in the sanitary sewer and surface water management system development charges of approximately 4.5% based on the inflationary cost of construction. The sanitary sewer SDC will increase by $285 to $6,085 per equivalent dwelling unit, and the surface water management SDC will increase by $25 to $585 per equivalent service unit. The district will continue to assist customers facing financial hardships as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Low-income water and wastewater ratepayer assistance funding was included in the December 2020 pandemic relief package and the March 2021 American Rescue Plan, or ARPA. The district is working closely with Washington County and federal and state authorities to monitor and support distribution of ratepayer assistance funding to qualified ratepayers. Next slide, please. The district's average combined sanitary sewer and surface water management rate charged to small cities and urban unincorporated customers is proposed at $57.77 per month. This combined rate is lower than our comparable cities, including Vancouver, Salem, McMinnville, Lake Oswego, and Portland, even though the district provides a substantially higher level of wastewater treatment than nearly all local, regional, and national providers of comparable services. Next slide, please. The proposed budget for fiscal year 22 includes current year revenues of $189 million. Service charges make up 84% of total revenues, and when combined with the second largest revenue source of system development charges, totals $175 million, or 92% of total current revenues. The remaining $14 million, or 8% of current year revenues, include miscellaneous fees, contributions from developers for construction projects, grants, Build America bond subsidies, and interest earning on cash investments. Proposed current revenues increased by $5.7 million as compared to the prior year. This increase reflects $9.1 million increases in service charges, with proposed sanitary sewer and stormwater management rate increases and a $2.4 million reduction in system development charges, with the potential continued slowdown of development activity within the service area until full economic recovery occurs and typical development activity resumes. The proposed fiscal year 22 budget includes current year expenditures of $211 million. Operating costs, including personal services and material services, total just under $89 million, or 43% of the fiscal year 22 expenditures. Capital investment costs total $93.6 million, or 44% of the budget. Debt principal and interest payments account for $21.7 million, or 10% of the budget expenditures. Other fund outlays of $7 million, or 3% of the budget expenditures, include utility, bad debt expense, franchise fees paid to small cities, and pass-through of right-of-way and local rates to the large incorporated cities with industrial customers within their city limits. Other outlays, once again, includes $450,000 to fund a future utility assistance program. Proposed current year expenditures increased by $10 million as compared to the prior year. This increase reflects a $2 million increase in labor costs with the addition of 5 new FTE and the conversion of 12 long-term temporary staff to regular full-time. An additional $1.7 million increase in material and services, mainly due to an increase in property and new cyber insurance and software licensing fees, and $6 million increase in capital investments. Next slide, please. That concludes the staff report for the fiscal year 22 budget and rates and charges. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. And if there are no questions, I was going to let people know, but you've already introduced him, Tony Weller, the Clean Water Services Budget Committee Chair, is in attendance and plans to speak during our public comment for the budget public hearing. Thank you.
So before I turn it over and start a public hearing, when we'll hear Mr. Weller's comments, I do want to pause and see if there are any questions that any members of the Board of Commissioners has at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open a public hearing, and the first person to talk to us today is Tony Weller, the Budget Committee Chair for the Clean Water Services budget. Mr. Weller, please.
Madam Chair, good to see you again, and the rest of the commissioners. It's been a long year, hasn't it? Since the last time with COVID, it seems a bit of a blur and very long all at the same time. So I'm sure you're all feeling something similar, but it is nice. I've got a great screen view right now where I see all the faces up at once, so that's actually encouraging. So thank you. I just want to, as a member of CWAC, and I was reminded that's been a little while. It's been about 13 years in CWAC and about 11 years on the Budget Committee. So what's been amazing about that is that every year there's something new and it's interesting. The work doesn't stop, it doesn't stagnate. We have, with COVID, there was a whole new research part of looking at how they could trace the virus in wastewater flows, and can that help predict what's happening to the population. And that was some fascinating work that the Clean Water was involved in and led a lot of work in partnership with universities and others. And it was very fascinating to see how the research that's been so helpful to their own process has also been helpful to the larger community and beyond. This has been an interesting year. I know that with your guidance that they put off the rate increase that was planned for last year, which of course puts pressure on this year and future years. But if you look at the proposed increase right now, I feel like it's certainly within margin of past experience. And so even though they're always hard to ratepayers, it is something that's certainly within the scale, I think, of what has been normal, if we ever find what normal is again. But so I think that's good. I think it's also important to acknowledge the change in leadership I've just been impressed with Diane stepping in. You always wonder when you have somebody like Bill Gappy there, what's that transition going to be like? And Diane's been amazing. She's had a great team, which we're seeing retirements. Some of us, we miss Nora, we miss some of the other people that have retired, but the restructuring, I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged by the people that are stepping up, the new faces that we are getting to work with. And I know that, the board's work on supporting Diane and picking her to begin with, to help do that. It's been a great to see the agency, the organization go through that change and that evolution. And it's encouraging. And some of us, as we get more gray, are thinking about that same process, what happens to the organizations we're involved in the next step. So it's encouraging to see it done well. Diane, thank you. I know we say this, or at least I'll say it every year, but I so appreciate the board's support to allow Clean Water to focus on what's best for the watershed and not always just what's the off-the-shelf compliance with permits. I think we'd have a completely different environmental impact if we just did what was standard to do in response to the different state and federal regulations. I can't imagine what the Tualatin Rivershed would look like without the tree planting and additional water and all the hard work that's done that I don't think most of the public understands helps keep our rates low, but the benefit to the environment, the benefit to just the beauty and the natural setting in these tributaries in the main stem of the Tualatin. It's something that I really appreciate. I appreciate that I get to see it firsthand. So I don't really have any other comments. You were all there at the budget committee meeting, but I'm happy to respond to any questions, and I appreciate this opportunity again.
Mr. Weller, thank you very much for joining us. I would just like to make an ask of you, as you've noted your long service here with us at Clean Water Services, both on the advisory committee as well as on the CWS budget committee. I would ask you to please reach into your contacts in the development industry and to groom some young leader for us to help continue on your great service as we move forward together. Mr. Clerk Moss, I want to check, since we're in a public hearing on the CWS budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Do we have anyone else signed up to address us during this public hearing?
I did not have anyone signed up. Is there any members of the public that wish to testify on this? And Madam Chair, this would be a good moment to lay out the ground rules for our public hearing that we're going to do, just to share it with everyone. So Chuck Michael, can I get that slide? Thank you very much. So for members of the public, for our remaining public hearings as we go forth, we just want that we are limiting comments to 2 minutes per individual and 5 minutes per recognized groups. We ask that you keep your comments directly related to the public hearing topic at hand, and that we ask that we're going to take any that signed up first and then any other members to comment. So those are just kind of classic ground rules, so just we can get through everyone, make sure everyone's heard and the board has information before acting. So thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, we have no more before on this specific public hearing.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. So with that, I'll close the public hearing and see if we have any commissioner comments, questions, or entertain a motion.
I have just one comment, since we were giving some thank yous, and that's to Tony. Tony and I have known each other forever. I appointed him, and he has always held that against me because of all of that work he's had to do. But he was on the city council in Tualatin. We've worked very successfully over many years. Tony, I want to thank you for keep keeping up the hard work. I know once you've gone through those cycles, sometimes you like to do other things, but thanks. I don't have any questions, Diane. Crew, good job as usual.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, he's been a twofer, so to speak, with his industry experience, with his public service in one of our partner cities, as well as just being, having a great mind and supporting the technology and future utility needs of this great agency. Thank you again, Tony. Okay, seeing no additional commissioner comments at this time, I'm asking for a motion to adopt the resolution and order to adopt the Clean Water Services fiscal year 2021-2022 budget and make appropriations.
Moved.
Motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Willie. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously 5-0. The next item is a related item. We've gotten the staff presentation. So I'm now going to open a public hearing with regard to adopting rates and charges for this upcoming fiscal year 2021-2022 for Clean Water Services. Mr. Moss, do we have anyone signed up?
We do not. Does any member of the public wish to provide comment on this public hearing? Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Clerk Moss. And with that, I'll close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the commission with regard to adopting rates and charges and order for fiscal year 2021-2022? We have a motion from Commissioner Willie. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Clean Water Services team, for working on a great proposed budget, having excellent budget committee meetings and hearings with us, and for helping us move forward in our work as a utility of the world, a stellar agency, and a great place to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, now we'll move on to various aspects of our work as the agency of Washington County. The first one is to approve changes and establish a maximum annual assessment for fiscal year 21-22 related to land use and transportation. I'd now like to turn it over to our very hardworking, great leader for our land use and transportation department, Stephen Roberts, and his staff, Ms. Scheller. Thank you for joining us. Take it away, Stephen.
Great, thank you, Chair. Appreciate the kind words. You're very nice. I'm going to ask Stacia. She's going to run through a very brief staff report. This is related to establishing new maximum annual assessments for this upcoming fiscal year for our service district for lighting number 1.
Hello, board and chair.
Oh,
You're on
Stacia,
mute, Ms. Scheller.
My apologies. Hello again. Today's public hearing is being held to approve changes and establish a new maximum annual assessment for the coming fiscal year. The SDL ordinance requires the county to hold a public hearing to amend existing assessment areas. Each year, various changes occur, including partial annexations, lot consolidations and partitions, equipment changes, formations, simple errors and omissions, and maximum annual adjustments. The maximum annual adjustments or annual assessments are set at double the annual assessment in order to establish a ceiling for future years. There are 8 assessment areas affected by various changes for fiscal year 21-22. These changes are made prior to the end of the current fiscal year, so they may be certified to the tax rolls for collection. Over 900 property owners in the affected assessment areas were notified by mail the week of May 24th, 2021 of today's public hearing. Staff did not receive any inquiries regarding the notifications. Following the public hearing, staff recommends approval of all changes in establishment of new maximum annual assessments. I'm happy to answer any questions and thank you for your consideration.
My turn now. Board members, do you have any questions with regard to what is before us today for the service district lighting number 1? I do know that we had a public hearing the end of May on this matter and an extensive presentation from staff at that time. Seeing no questions, I would ask for a motion to approve the changes and establish new maximum annual assessments for fiscal year 2021-2022 for the service district for lighting. Oh, I need to have a public hearing. Sorry, I was going for the gusto. Thank you all. So first I'm going to open a public hearing and ask Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up to testify on the service district for lighting number?
We did not have any pre-signups. Again, members of the public, is there anyone wish to provide any comments on this? Seeing none, Madam Chair.
I'll close the public hearing then. Do we have a motion? A motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Commissioner Willie. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, thank you, Ms. Scheller. Next, we'll move on to another component part of our budget. And this is related to the North Bethany County Service District for Roads budget. Where'd Mr. Roberts go? There he is. Is there anything you would like to say before we have a public hearing on this item?
No, I don't think so. You've received a couple of pretty extensive briefings, and so we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up to testify on this item?
We have no pre-signups. Is there any members of the public?
I want to open a public hearing.
We have no hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve the resolution in order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 North Bethany County, I thought it was community, but County Service District for Roads budget and make appropriations and levy taxes.
So moved.
There is a motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Commissioner Willie. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, colleagues. Next, we're going to move on to the Urban Roads Maintenance District budget, or URMD. Once again, I mentioned earlier that we had a very extensive presentation before the budget committee for URMD, and I forgot which one URMD is paired with. So sorry.
URMD is paired with ESPD, Chair Harrington.
Thank you. I didn't want to misspeak, so thank you for rescuing me, Mr. Leong. So without further ado, I'd like to see if we have any staff members who have any comments before I move on to a public hearing.
Just a very quick staff report for your board, Chair Harrington. And also just one addition for the North Bethany County Service District for Roads. It's just for the public's record, the budget was presented to the Budget Committee on May 17th, 2021, and approved by the Budget Committee on May 26th, 2021. And presented to your board today is the approved budget for budget adoption, and there was no adjustment before adoption. That's for North Bethany. And then moving on to the Urban Road Maintenance District budget, this was also presented to the Budget Committee on the May 17th Budget Committee meeting, and also approved by the Budget Committee on the May 26th Budget Committee public hearing, both of which are available on the county's YouTube channel as a video record. And the total budget for Urban Road Maintenance District is $17,380,038, and details are in Exhibit A attached to the agenda. There are two actions for this particular item. One is to adopt the budget for the fiscal year 2021-22 for the Urban Road Maintenance District and make appropriations. Second action is to levy taxes at the rate of 0.2456 per $1,000 of assessed value. And with that, I conclude the staff report and recommend your board to open a public hearing and consider adopting the budget for URMD.
Thank you, Mr. Leong. Do we have any board questions before I open a public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to open a public hearing. Mr. Moss, Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up to testify on behalf of the Urban Road Maintenance District budget?
We have no signups. Madam Chair, are any members of the public wishing to provide comment on this public hearing? Seeing none, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I have a question. Oh, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Leong, I have a question. I heard you say that we have two different actions, but according to the posted agenda that I'm looking at, item 5 is a combined URMD resolution in order to adopt the URMD budget and make appropriations and levy taxes in one resolution and order.
My apologies, Chair Harrington. It is one combined resolution order with two segments in there. It is my miscommunication. Yes.
It's okay. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. So
absolutely.
Appreciate it. Okay. Well, with that, colleagues, I'm entertaining a motion to approve the resolution and order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-22 Urban Road Maintenance District budget, make appropriations and levy taxes. We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Willie. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, colleagues. Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, we'll move on to item number 6, which is the budget for the service district for lighting number 1. As mentioned earlier, we had great presentations and budget presentations and budget committee hearings. Jack, excuse me, Mr. Leong, would you like to give us a brief report?
Thank you, Chair Harrington. The brief report on this one is service district for lighting number 1 is in a combined budget committee with the Washington County Budget Committee. The staff presentation was done on May 14th, 2021, and then the budget was approved by the budget committee on May 26, 2021. Again, both videos are available on YouTube for public viewing. And then the total budget for this for service district for lighting number 1 is $3,087,825. And then there is no tax rate associated with this particular district. And that concludes the staff report. I recommend your board to open a public hearing and consider adopting the fiscal year 21-22 budget and make appropriations. Thank you.
Well, with that, I'm going to hop right to it and open a public hearing. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up for the service district for lighting number 1 budget?
No pre-signups, Madam Chair, or any members of the public wishing to provide comment on this public hearing. Seeing none, Madam Chair.
No raised hands. Thank you, Clerk Moss. So I'm going to close a public hearing and request of my colleagues a motion to approve the resolution in order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 service district for lighting number 1 budget and make appropriations. Do we have a motion? Motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. I'm sorry, I had a brief humorous moment when I saw Commissioner Fai's thumb come into action. It was just like in the commercials. Okay, Now we're going to move on to the Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District. Mr. Leon, brief staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair Harrington. So this one is related with the Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District, which is in a combined budget committee with URMD, as previously mentioned. This budget was presented to the budget committee on May 17th, 2021, and approved by the budget committee on May 26th, 2021. As illustrated in this agenda, there are two segments of this agenda to be considered. One is to adopt the fiscal year 2021-22 budget for Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District and make appropriations. Second is to levy the taxes, and there is a rate of 0.6365 per $1,000 assessed value of the permanent rate for ESPD, as well as a levy of 0.6800 per $1,000 of assessed value to be considered. And there is one adjustment to this budget before adoption, which is related with the encumbrance carryover. With that, I conclude the staff report and recommend your board to open a public hearing and consider adopting.
First, let me check. Colleagues, did you have any questions of Mr. Leong? Okay, just wanted to double check. And with that, I'm going to open a public hearing. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up to testify with regard to the ESPD budget?
We do, Madam Chair. Mr. Bruce Bartlett. Bruce, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Please go ahead for up to 5 minutes as the chair of the ESPD committee.
Okay, is the video working or is it just my voice?
Just your voice.
Just my voice. Well, greetings, Chair Harrington and commissioners. I am honored to be here. I have worked with Chair Harrington on citizen activities in the past, and I'm really grateful for your leadership in the county now. I have been involved in the Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District for the last 10 years. And for the last 2 years, I've been honored to be chair of the organization. Not being a police apologist, I am nonetheless quite impressed at the professionalism and level of services that the Sheriff's Office provides us. In our unincorporated urban part of the county, we have many different service districts, and the ESPD, although an awkward name to say, is a very effective organization in providing a very high level of urban policing services. The website, I think, does a pretty good job of laying out what it does, so I won't go over those right now. I will say that having been involved in civic activities for close to 30 years now, I've seen the evolution of the Sheriff's Office from Rob Gordon to Pat Garrett, and we're really making good progress. We're doing the right things. The mental health clinician ride-along program is something that I was involved in promoting from the Behavioral Health Council close to 10 years ago. The crisis intervention training before that was another critical function, as well as the high level of jail treatment services that are provided to inmates. The interagency cooperation is really, I would say, phenomenal. And the sheriff is forced to run his organization with serial levies, the ESPD and the public safety levy, which I find frustrating because they provide services which are really essential and mandatory, but we have to keep approving them. So here we are. And on behalf of the ESPD Advisory Committee, we heartily encourage the passage of the ESPD budget as detailed in the county overall budget. And with that, I conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I really appreciate your service on behalf of the community, not only with the ESPD Advisory Committee, but also with other boards and commissions here in Washington County. And thank you for being on this journey with us. I appreciate your flexibility today, timing-wise, in our meeting. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone else signed up during this public hearing?
We do not. Are there any additional members of the public to speak on this item? We have one more, Madam Chair. Jess, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go ahead for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. My name's Jess Motz. I'm a block watch captain in the Cedar Hills area for my homeowners association. Many of my neighbors and I are in favor of the fiscal 2021-22 annual budget for the sheriff's office. And there's like 4 key reasons that we feel that way. Number one, if you go to the Washington County website, you'll see that there are approximately 611,000 residents in Washington County, and approximately 230 residents are in an ESPD district. So the growth rate that was pointed out is 0.77%. That equates to an approximate growth of 23 more residents per year just in the ESPD areas. So that will definitely increase the call for police services. The point number 2, the Oregonian surveyed residences on May 18th, 2021 for the metropolitan areas of Portland. And it was disclosed that 50% of the 74% metro area residents surveyed support increasing police presence. 24% said they want to keep it at current levels. 15% of the metro residents support decreasing the police presence. And I think many residents have pride in living in Washington County because of our reputation as a livable, safe county. Our sheriff deputies and the overall staff at the Washington County Sheriff's Office deserve a lot of recognition for keeping us safe. The third point, the following are some highlights of increases for police services in Washington County. I looked at priority 1 and 2 calls on the 2019 performance report for the Sheriff's Office. And we've had an increase of 2.2% calls for priority type calls, which would require a lot of staffing and increases in personnel possibly. The great news is 49% of the time the Washington County Sheriff's Office response was within 5 minutes, and 67% of the time the response was within 7 minutes. So as you can see, from some of the examples, the needs and costs will increase for police services. That's why many of my HOA neighbors and I support any increase in the budget for public safety to keep us all safe. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Matza. I appreciate your being here today. Thank you for sharing your comments and those of your neighbors with us. Clerk Moss, is there anyone else for the ESPD budget?
I am not seeing any more, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you again, Jess, for your flexibility in joining us today. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask my colleagues for a motion to approve the resolution in order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District ESPD budget and make appropriations and levy taxes. A motion from Commissioner Tree, seconded from Commissioner Fye. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Whew, okay. Next, we're on to our last 2 public hearings, and this is the meat of pulling it all together in our major over $1.4 billion budget and over 2,000 employees overall. The first item is to approve the resolution in order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 Washington County fee structure. And at this time, I'd like to call on Washington County staff member Jack Leong for a brief staff report.
Thank you, Chair Harrington. And this one is related with the fiscal year 2021-22 Washington County fee schedule. And this is the schedule that documents all of the fees that the county collects from the business interactions with the community members by providing services. And then this year, every year, the finance division collects the fees from each department and then consolidate it into this fee schedule and then analyze the changes that have been made to certain fees. And this year we did the same. So there is an attachment A, which is the clean copy, that will be the fee schedule that will be published online, and Schedule B, Exhibit B, that actually illustrates the changes from last year to this year on the fees. Now, most of these fees are either changed following COLA or the cost recovery methodology, as well as catching up to ORS, Oregon Revised Statutes requirements for some of these fees. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions or recommend you to open a public hearing and considering adopting the fee schedule for this year.
Colleagues, before we have a public hearing, do you have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to open a public hearing with regard to the resolution and order on the fee structure. Mr. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone sign up?
We have no pre-signups or any members of the public to provide comment on this public hearing. Seeing none, Madam Chair.
Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. And before entertaining a motion, I would just like to comment that for this specific item, and I'll have more comments on our next item, I want to thank staff, both in all of the departments that involve fee revenues, as well as to our finance department, which I know is a very lean shop, but also Mr. Leong's leadership in working with our CAO, Tanya Angie, in working out the appropriate fees that we need throughout the agency. It is no small task and is done with a lot of thought, care, and deliberation from these very dedicated public servants. So with that, are there any other board comments on this item? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the resolution and order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 Washington County fee schedule. Is there a motion? Motion from Commissioner Willie. Is there a second? A second from Commissioner Rogers. Thank you. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. We're in the home stretch now, folks. Number 9, the 9th inning. Now we move on to the big kahuna, the overall Washington County budget. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Angie. This was her first full budget as our CAO here in Washington County. So I'd like to turn it over to you and then call on your staff for any other remarks. Ms. Angie.
Thank you, Chair Harrington, Board and Commissioners. It is an honor to sit before you and recommend adoption of this proposed budget. This proposed budget takes many hands across the Washington County agency to ensure that we're building a budget that strives to meet community need. We know there's more work to do ahead of us in our budget process, striving for transparency, and frankly, understanding for all of us internally, from staff to the commissioners and community, understanding how we put the community's dollars to work, meeting Washington County's strategic priorities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jack to provide additional comments.
Thank you, Ms. Angie. Thank you, Chair Harrington. So this one is fiscal year 2021-22 Washington County budget. And the total budget for this year is $1,403,438,419 after adjustment. And there are a couple components within this particular included resolution order. One is to adopt the budget for fiscal year 2021-22 for Washington County and make appropriations. Second is to approve the positions included in the fiscal year 2021-22 proposed budget summary, as well as included in the Exhibit B of this agenda item. And then we have 4 portions of taxes to levy. One is the county's permanent rate at 2.2484 per $1,000 of assessed value. And then local option levy for public safety at 0.47 per $1,000 of assessed value. At the rate of 0.22 per $1,000 of assessed value is the library local option levy. And last but not least, it's the general obligation bond in the amount of $5 million, $6,862. With that, I conclude well, actually, before I concluded, there were a couple adjustments that I wanted to mention, all of which are related with encumbrance carry forwards. And that is included in Exhibit A in detail, as well as Exhibit B as part of the total budget. With that, I will conclude my staff report for this budget and recommend your board to open a public hearing and consider adopting this budget.
Before we move on to the public hearing, I just want to double check, given that we do have multiple exhibits here with this budget, and it is a huge packet, so a lot to get through, even though we have seen a lot of this information previously through our various budget committee meetings and hearings. So I just want to take a pause to see if there are any commissioner questions, just to make sure we're all anchored in the information before us today. Seeing none, looks like we're A-okay. So with that, I'm going to open a public hearing, and Clerk Moss, turn it over to you to see if we have anyone who has either signed up or has been able to navigate a complicated set of timings today.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Melissa Laird. Melissa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Harrigan and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. Again, my name is Melissa Laird, a Washington County resident. Washington County is Oregon's safest major urban county, with Beaverton and Hillsboro among Oregon's top 20 safest cities in 2021. We have the lowest person and property crime rates. This is awesome. And part of this result is due to the testament of excellent public safety services provided by the Washington County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office provides public safety services not only to respond to and investigate crimes, but also to deter crimes and engage the community to build trust. They use an adaptive policing approach to respond to emerging needs through engagement and community policing. They partner with other agencies to provide more comprehensive services. A great example here is the mental health response teams, where a deputy and a master's level mental health clinician, are paired together on a patrol. The Sheriff's Office is also committed to evolving and reforming using best practices. They prioritize excellence in training and seek improvements from their experiences with our community, as well as seeking national experts. They emphasize de-escalation to achieve safe outcomes for all. When I look at Portland, I am so happy I live in Washington County. The Portland City Council cut the public budget by $15 million last summer. They let the city get out of hand with increased crime, homelessness, nightly protests, and trash graffiti. People no longer feel safe or welcome in Portland. Washington County is the safest major urban community county in the state. Let's keep it that way and fully fund and support the public safety and justice budget in the 2021-2022 Washington County budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Laird. And for everyone here, I want to note that Ms. Laird has been serving through our various budget committees for a number of years. I think she perhaps has lived here longer than I have, and I've lived here for 31 years. I previously saw her leadership in action when she and I both worked at Intel Corporation. So I'm really grateful for her being here, not only as a resident, but for participating actively through our budget committees. Thank you, Melissa, very much. And thank you for joining us today. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone else?
Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment on the main county budget? I'm not, oh, yes, we have one hand from Mr. Bruce. Bruce?
Yes, just a general a comment. I've found that the fiscal responsibility that Washington County engages in is phenomenal. Charlie Cameron started a very tight run ship, and his legacy has continued. such things as maintaining the reserve fund to borrow against in the time between when taxes are due and when they're paid is a real stroke of inspiration where we pay ourselves the interest. That kind of mechanism is embedded throughout the budget, and I'm really proud to be a supporter of the financial processes and the services of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I appreciate your paying attention and being a participant, particularly with our community engagement on our budget, with our vast portfolio, and the role that you have played in just about every capacity through CPO1, through the Committee for Community Involvement, through various boards and commissions. Really exemplifies community engagement here in Washington County. Thank you. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone else signed up or raising their hand to address us today?
I do apologize for our home phone line. I do not see any more hands, Madam Chair.
And with that, I'll close the public hearing. And before, well, first, how about this? Why don't we get a motion and a second on the table, and then I'll ask for board comments. We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Willie. Do we have any board comments with regard to today's budget? Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
I just want to thank the staff for all the work that went into doing this. I really appreciate the hard work and the attention to all the detail. Jack, you've done a great job. Tanya, I appreciate the work that you've put forth on this as well, especially in your first go round. I look forward to how we will go through this process in the future. So my hat's off to everybody, and here's to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Treese. Commissioner Willie.
Yeah, I just want to echo some of that from Commissioner Treese. I just want to say thank you to the staff because every question that I ask, especially Jack and Tanya, you always responded to my emails, and I knew that it took extra time out of your workday, so I appreciate you doing that. But all the other directors as well, always very receptive, always very helpful and informative. So gave me lots of information. And so I just thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I'm glad that we're gonna move on to the next chapter.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Any other commissioners want to make any comments before I do? No? Okay. Well, I want to join my colleagues in giving thanks. And really thank you and congratulations to Administrator Angie for moving through the adoption of your first budget here at Washington County. We're really so grateful, glad to have you here in the leadership of this great agency. Thank you too to CAO staff and to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Jack Liang, and to all the department directors and finance staff that have worked through the pandemic and a cuts budget that is here before us today so that we could get to this point. In a year when the budget has to shrink and we all don't get the investments in full-time employees or programs that we'd like, this is one of the unfortunate realities of this year's adopted budget. Well, we haven't adopted it yet. It's the proposed budget. The reality is that salary, healthcare, and retirement costs are greater than our revenue, and we can't use one-time money to increase FTE. We need to be able to sustain that growth over time. Excuse me. The other reality is that we're all still working towards economic recovery mode. COVID is still very much with us. Until we hit that 70% statewide vaccination rate, we'll continue to see businesses having to limit customer interactions and customer numbers. This is a very strong reminder to our community. Getting a vaccine is about taking care of your health, first and foremost. But it's also a part of how we come together to get our economy back on track. We can't have one without the other. We need both. So please get vaccinated now. So to members of our public, I also want to say thank you to you. A large organization like this that some use coin the term bureaucracy can feel slow to change, and it can feel impersonal and unresponsive. I understand that. I'm also keenly aware of the fact that transforming a public budget takes time, that it can be terribly frustrating for our community members. I also understand that not everyone in our community wants the same types of investments. But I want to be clear about something that's really important to me. To our community members, please know that I heard you. From the listening sessions last August to the community investment conversations in the fall, to our budget hearings just a few weeks ago. I mean, it was historic. We had over 20 of you come and testify through those evening budget meetings. Thank you. We heard your input. Those have all been critical data points that I've considered along with other critical data points from the community, like the May 2020 vote to increase funding in public safety through the increased local option levy. As an elected official, I understand that when I make a decision, that a passionate group of activists may disagree with that they may think I've not heard them. But that's not the case. It's simply that I have to consider all of the various voices and viewpoints in our community. I encourage everyone in our community to continue to engage or simply just start. Please share your opinions and your points of view through emails, through questions and comments at our town halls, and please ask for constituent meetings. That's what we're here for. I understand that many have been on this journey for a long time and are likely impatient, but please know this, the work has started and it will continue. We're on this journey together. And I will continue to do my best to reflect the voice of the whole community. And I know that this board of 5 is working to make wise investments for you. I believe that it's my job to get the greatest public benefit when using your public dollars. And so, for example, when we think about our procurement process, seeking the lowest bid at all costs, it doesn't always provide the greatest benefit. We need to factor in how to provide opportunity for local vendors as we're getting tax dollars right back into our community. Or another example is how can we help contractors of color or women build their businesses or invest these dollars in a way that will increase workforce diversity. Investments of your tax dollars should be done strategically and with aspirational goals that lift up our community. So I see that in this budget, we're investing in equity, workforce development, also in community input for incorporating more of your feedback, your thoughts in our policy making and in our investment decisions. We also are striving to make additional investments in behavioral, mental health, and addiction support services, and also with affordable housing. This work continues. So in closing, as a board, we've been working to open up our processes and make ourselves more accessible. We're doing this by having direct engagement with our community members, you, through our town halls, our constituent meetings, and other community engagement efforts. As elected officials, our job, the reason why we're here is to ensure that we are connecting our public to the services you need. And we do that by investing your tax dollars in these services your community need. The public budgeting process is complicated. Our budget document is hundreds of pages long. It's really thick if you print it. But the programs are funded through multiple revenue streams, with some of those funds being restricted or dedicated to a particular program or line item. And this is where I want to refer you to the new document that is part of this agenda packet that is linked right at the top of our packet today. And sometimes the investments that we're making aren't in the public eye enough. And that's on us to do a better job of telling our story so that you can see how we're investing in programs that matter to you most. So as we move ahead, with the help of our great county administrator, our chief equity officer, and our county financial officer, we'll continue to create a process that is more open and more transparent and more community-centered. That's my pledge to you. It will take time, but we've already made some progress, but we'll continue to do this very important work on your behalf. So those are my comments for today. Thank you all for your patience and your consideration and the tremendous care that each of our departments, our community leaders, and that our public has made in crafting the budget proposal that is before us today. So just one last round of checking. Were there any last commissioner comments? Seeing none, I would, I haven't had a public hearing yet, have I?
No, Madam Chair, we've had the public hearing. You have a motion on the table, so all that's left is the vote.
Thank you. I lost my way there. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the resolution in order to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 Washington County budget to make appropriations, approve positions, and levy taxes, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Wow. And with that, we've done it. Excellent work. Now, Clerk Moss, we're moving on to our second oral communication section of the day, our 5-minute opportunity. Do we have anyone signed up for today?
We have no one else signed up, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I missed my notes real briefly, so if you'll bear with me for one moment. There we have it. The next item on our agenda is board announcements. I'll start with the usual. Our next set of meetings will be next Tuesday, June 22nd. But hang on for a second. We subsequently will have an AOC District 8 meeting. So I'm simply making sure that everyone takes notice. I thought it was on Friday. Yes, it is Friday, June 25th. The page 1015 says Thursday, June 25th. Then anyway, we have our next constituent town hall on Monday, June 28th. I hope folks will join us on Zoom at 6 p.m. The topic this time around, this quarter, will be on mental health. So we'll have a short presentation about what the county is doing to provide urgent and critical mental health needs, overall mental health services, and then we'll take your questions and comments. After that, the very first week of July, we're taking a slow week. We will not be having any board meetings that week. The following week, we'll have an extended work session on Tuesday, July 13th. And then we get back to our double header meeting day of Tuesday, July 20th, a work session in the morning, a board meeting in the morning. We'll have a round table on July 22nd, and then another double header meeting on July 27th in the afternoon with a board meeting in the evening. And then we're into the month of August, and I'm just not ready to say the month of August. So I just refer people to the last page of our packet for today and the Washington County webpage. So commissioners, another point of business. We are just past 2:30 in the afternoon. We have 2 items remaining on our work session agenda. I know that I'm prepared to go for meeting through 5 o'clock if we need to, but we have multiple ways we can go. So I need to do a little problem solving here. We have 2 big timely topics. Homeless encampment management proposal and House Bill 2001. We do have the option. We have a couple of different options. One option is we could do one of these topics today and end a little bit early. And then we could have a special meeting on Thursday to address the remaining item. Or we could take just the housing bill, which must occur today, the middle housing item, and reschedule the encampment one to next week.
Chair, just clarifying, if we reschedule the encampment to next week, I do want to advise the board that would mean we would start at 1 o'clock. So it would be a very long day if we kick the can.
Yep, if we kick the can for that one topic to June 22nd, it does make a longer meeting because we would start the work session at 1 p.m. versus 2 p.m. and we have an evening meeting that day. So a choice of going till perhaps as late as 5 o'clock today and get all our work done, or do one more topic today and have another long meeting next week, the 22nd. Longer today or longer next week?
I'm okay with let's power through
done.
it. Let's get her done today.
Commissioner Fye? Okay, you're okay with that? Commissioner Rogers looks like he's okay with it. Commissioner Treese?
I'm okay. I'd like to be able to finish between 4:30 and 5. That's okay. I've got another thing I have to do this evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I propose that we try and get through both of the topics today. Okay. All right. But with that, I also suggest that we give ourselves a 10-minute break. Since we've been going for a few hours here, give yourself a bio break and a beverage break, and that we reconvene at, well, not quite 10 minutes, well, 2:50. Okay, I see some head nods. Great. So we're going to do just that. And with that, I would, did I miss any other board announcements or any other communications? Commissioner Willie, did you unmute? No, you did not. Okay, great. Just being careful.
I'm just going to have a motion to adjourn so we can officially move on.
So we have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, colleagues. Anyone opposed? Today's meeting of June 15th, 2021 of the Washington County Board of Commissioners is adjourned and we will reconvene in work session. Clerk Moss, could you clarify which meeting link we use?
We will use the afternoon meeting link that is on your calendars that I will open while you are at your break.
I hope you can take one too. Okay, we'll see you at 2:50. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.